Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Zoraida.
Yeah, I hear you.
I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good.
We are live. We are live on stream. Welcome to the third day of Amaze 2021. It's our celebration year, 10 years. I'm super excited about it. Zoraida, how was yesterday? Our first full content day.
Yeah, it was good. I had so much fun. We had, and I learned so much from all our speakers. We had some wonderful talks and some interactive talks too. We had our first cooking show again, which was nice to learn something. Actually, I'm Dutch, so I knew about Dutch boerenkool, but I'm happy that we got to share it with the world as well. And yeah, it was. I enjoyed it. Did you see anything?
I saw the cooking show. I was in our backyard. I was watching the first talks because I was doing the moderation in the first sessions, I think. Then Elise came. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. But of course, there's a lot of stuff to do here on the production side, and I can't really sit down, and then the phone is ringing and all this kind of stuff, super busy these days. No, but I heard very, very good things. Also, I was very happy that the museums panel or conversation, the Playful Museums, was working very, very well. I just was at a jury meeting at 10 o'clock, and it was also very interesting stuff what the people created in this 48 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a game jam, right?
Yes,
right before
exactly.
Amaze, and they made some games and had a wonderful time, and we heard about that yesterday. Yeah, it was super interesting. And we also had Sakina Latif talking about Southeast Asia myths, which was really cool to see and hear about. And yeah, and we had some speed painting. And we also had
the Alistair show was really fun. It was really fun. So entertaining.
And Julia remaking her alt controller game that was broken. Super fun.
Did they fix it?
Yeah.
Did they fix it?
No time. But I think it was also good to see like what happens with a broken controller and how to repair it.
How was it working actually? So it's there was a clear conversation between the audience and her.
The audience could give some directions in chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, we had one talk that couldn't go through because of technical difficulties, but they will do it today during an open screen. So I wanted to point that out, that Nainai's recipe of food and game by Fan Fang and Mai Hao is going to be on 1 today at the open screen stream. So that's going to
okay,
be
we because we have 2 streams, we have the main stream and we have the open screen. Both are on our website.
Yeah. And so that's really cool that we still get to see it. And today we've also got some stuff in store, but actually it's 10 years a maze, right? And I was supposed to come to Berlin.
Yeah.
So I actually got you something, Thorsten, because of 10 years of a maze. But obviously I couldn't bring it because I'm in the Netherlands. So it's like, I got you.
Oh, what is that? Cool, thank you. Nice flamingo.
Yeah, so that will come to you next time, I guess.
You have a very nice shirt, by the way.
Happy anniversary with the 10 years of a maze.
Yes, to all of you, happy anniversary. The flamingo is also for you. And thank you very much. Thank you, Sarida. I don't know how many flamingos do I have now. I mean, yesterday there was the tattoo lottery, and I just draw your flamingo.
Yes, you drew. Yes. I picked this one. I made this one like in 2 seconds.
Yes.
Just to post something on Twitter so people could like actually,
Yeah, as motivation. It was working out very well. But the tattoo shop was so crowded, I couldn't make a tattoo. But this afternoon I tried to make 2 at least, 5 until Saturday. It's fine. Hopefully it's not so painful. I wanted to have your flamingo just here, right on my chest. But then everybody said no. I think it's a little bit too much.
That's too much, yes. Definitely, don't do it.
But we're gonna have today. What we're gonna have today?
Today is another very exciting day. So up next after us is Alison, all the way from Hong Kong, and they will talk about how not to fail at connecting game and art, which is can be amazing.
There are also nominees, right?
Yes, with the Forgetter game.
Yeah.
And what else do we have today? We've got Play from Home from Singapore. So they made an exhibition, the Saga Kuya, they made an exhibition, and they're gonna talk about that today, which is really amazing. So the Saga Kaya Collective. And then we will have, let's see, what else do we have? Interesting insights about game development in Zambia. With Sita and a couple of other people. And then we have From Diary to Game, How to Personally Become General, with Ida Hartman, who is also nominated for awards. And
Still
then
stunned.
Still stunned.
Yeah.
And then we have Psychoanalysis and AI in the Signifier by, I think it's another nominee. And then we've got the one and only panel that actually takes place in Urban Spray, which is staging play video games in theater. So it's a theater panel, which is going to be exciting.
Yes. I like the idea of all this kind of interdisciplinarity, and also that it's so international. Not the theater panel. It's very Berlin, because I mean they're going to be here, so physical here on stage. But I'm very, very, very impressed about the program this year again. So Ryder, great job.
Thanks. We've got 2 more conversations, like staying creative during global pandemic, which is
with Anya from Kickstarter.
Yeah. And then 10 years Amaze, Most Amazing Game Award conversation, because it's 10 awards this year. It will be the 10th actually, but we have a couple of people that won the Most Amazing Game Award, and they will speak about what they've been up to since. Basically.
Yeah, how the Amaze Award changed their life. I mean, it's very interesting. Yes.
And of course, there are also lots of workshops and open screens. It's gonna be so cool.
I mean, you still can apply for the workshops, right? Or register for the workshops. Or
I
they're
think they're
full?
closed.
They're closed now? Okay. It's good for us. It's good for the workshop people. Yeah, it's wonderful. Is already this wire art workshop? Is it also this? Is it today or is it tomorrow?
That's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Oh, you should do this. It's very nice. Wire art, learning wire art, how to make art out of wires and pearls. Very African.
Yeah.
Modeling.
I think there's still some tickets available for that.
Yeah.
To get. So yeah. But there's loads of workshops, so definitely check out the website.
And if anyone from Berlin hear us, you can also come to Urban Spree and say hello. We have a backyard tonight, I think, when I not misunderstood Verena, our project manager. We have a barbecue in the backyard. So, and you can basically public viewing the award show there, which is very nice. Oh, what's that? This nice set.
Coffee and croissants, right? So I thought I should
yeah, there's also a croissant.
Show it.
They have real coffee. No, and also Robin is doing a workshop on site at Urban Spree. So from Berlin, somebody hears us, come by and join the LED workshop of Robin Baumgarten. I think it starts at 2. Or no? I don't have everything. At 12, okay.
At 12 to 4, yeah, it's 4 hours.
Yeah, so still time to come, still jump into the airplane, come here. No, it's impossible. Yeah, and then we have the award show.
Yes, the award show.
Yeah.
Can you tell more about that?
Yeah, at 8 o'clock. Yeah, a lot of cool things going to happen at the award show. First time that I moderate the award show myself, because I kicked all the other moderators. No, all the other moderators were fantastic. But this year I was thinking it's 10 years. I never did it before, and I also have to learn something. So I really wanted to put me under pressure and do the award show. Yeah, next year somebody else is doing it, but this year I do it live here from the studio. Hopefully I enjoy it. Hopefully I will be relaxed and I'm not talking too much bullshit. I try my best. It's going to be a great show. Matthias Löwe and also the NoFomo TV people did a great thing. So they put a nice show together, and also the jury members going to be there. All the winners going to be there, and nominees, and yeah, exciting. And after this, we have some more music. Depmaster, our resident live set, is playing, and we have a DJ afterwards from Japan.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. Yesterday the music was incredible. Have you seen it?
Yeah, not everything, but I had a little break for food. So, yeah, but we can watch it again, right? So everything stays on the stream. I mean, everything is cut already, and everyone can watch it back on the stream, whatever happened yesterday. So you can check everything out.
Yeah, and probably everyone here like to see the Amaze Space. The Amaze Space.
Should we talk about Amaze Space?
Should we talk about the Amaze Space? Should we tell them all that the Amaze Space won't be visible this year? No, I mean, we're still working on it. So there's a server problem, a small little tiny server problem. I think some of you guys already been in the Amaze Space, and I saw that some of you already made some kind of screenshots. But yeah, there's kind of a problem with the server. So I don't know. So hopefully we can solve it. But we had to change a little bit of the award show because we wanted to make everything happen interactive in the Amaze Space. I don't know if this is going to work out. I think not. We changed the program completely. Technology, we had a plan. We fucked it up. I'm so sorry for that, but we tried very hard. And the Amaze Space will get online for sure. And when it's gonna get online, we just leave it open a little bit longer for sure. And hopefully also the nominees and people, the exhibitors, also do agree that we can keep it open for maybe a few more weeks, so that you basically can run around in the Amaze space after the festival. But let's see, maybe today we have something to announce. More happiness, a place where everybody can have fun, dancing and watching the award show in the space. It was so sensational last year, where 700 flamingos were jumping around, listening to the stream, to the award show. It was a wonderful time. Hopefully we have this 2021 as well. But I mean, normally we have this voting system in the Amaze space, and Matthias just told me I have to tell you, you should go on Discord and make your vote on the audience award. So please go on Discord and tell us what game is the winner for you, for the audience award. So you can choose between the nominees and the honorable mentions. I mean, you see it on the website. They see it on the website. Yeah. They see the honorable mentions on the website, and as well the nominees. Yeah.
And they can vote for everything that's on the website.
Yes.
The nominees and honorable mentions for the audience award.
Yes, okay. Absolutely. And you have time, I think, until 4 p.m. to vote. But I mean, there's announcement. Just go to announcement and you see what you have to do. Please vote.
Please vote on the audience, with the audience vote.
Yeah, it's definitely a very important award, the audience award.
And the poll is open for everyone.
How many awards do we have? And also the museums people gonna show the short list of the game jam. Also very exciting. Then probably we're gonna have a cake, and everybody has to sing happy birthday.
Okay, and if you want to have like a little bit of a feel for a digital space, workshop participants yesterday made like rooms, and also the link is on Discord, so you can visit some like rooms that people made about the Amaze, basically. So.
Okay, so should we start with the program now? It was very nice talking to you, Zoraida.
Yes, it was good seeing
Always
you.
Always a pleasure, yes. I mean, anyway, we're hanging all the time on the phone, right? So, I mean...
True. But it's nice to see you with a green background. I also have a picture in there.
Oh yeah, you have a wonderful... This is beautiful. It's really an early Urban Spree picture. It changed completely. Now it's green and containers and... different.
It feels like this is a winter picture also, but it was just in April, I think. So that's.
No, it was not winter. You see, Amaze Indie Connect. It was 2013.
Yeah, I know.
That's April.
I took this picture.
Oh, you took the picture.
I know, it's April. Yeah.
Wow, it looks pretty empty. Yeah. So, you wanna close it? You wanna wrap it up?
Is there a moderator? Are you gonna moderate for the next person who is gonna?
No, you're gonna moderate for the next person.
Oh, I am. So okay, so there's no one in between us. Okay, that's cool.
I think they're not ready. I mean, Santi is back. Everybody knows Santi. Yeah.
Yay, Santi. Okay, let me check. I actually already told, but today, after our talk and a little bit of a break, I guess, we will have Yang Ying, who is a designer, curator, and writer in the intersection of art and game. And she just made a game together with game artist and technologist Alan Kwan in 2020-2021. And she will talk about how not to fail at connecting game and art, which is next. So yeah, gonna be great. So
enjoy the day.
Enjoy the day, everyone.
Yes.
And I'll see you tomorrow again with Kaho from Japan for a breakfast, coffee and croissant session. And you'll see Thorsten throughout the day, I guess.
Yeah.
And, enjoy today, people. Lots of love from Amsterdam.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming to this section. My name is Yang Jin. For those of you who cannot pronounce Chinese easily, you can also call me Allison. So I'm very honored to Hi everyone, thank you for coming to this session. I'm Yang Jing. If Chinese is just difficult for you to pronounce, just call me Allison. I'm very honored to be here today. Right now I'm in Hong Kong, it's already in the afternoon. And today I'm going to share my experience on how to or how not to fail at connecting game and art for Amaze Festival participants. I have this idea because of a recent game I made with my creative partner Alan Kwan. The name of the game is Forgetter, and you would see there I put in the subtitle saying it's produced by DSL Collection. It's an art collection. This game is very lucky to be entering in the digital moment genre for this year's Amaze Festival, and the entire journey of the game itself and its afterlife somehow captured a lot of difficulties, dilemmas, and some of our own exploration or experiment in bridging art and game. I'll try to share a very short video of the game. I think there's no audio now for the better quality of the streaming, but you can get the basic idea. This is a first-person exploration game. The name is Forgetter, and as a player, you have a narrator, and then there's two other major voices who each represent a dead artist. In a future setting of a sci-fi company, which is called Mind Job, you can go into this dead artist's mind, like right now in the image. And here you can find and then try to destroy or not to destroy, it's up to you. They are very traumatized memory blocks. And some of the memories are intimate, some of them are very universal experiences for our generation of artists or contemporary artists in the world alike. So in this game, the most primary interaction or play is to destroy things. You can draw impression of human architectures, furnitures, everyday objects, but most importantly, you can destroy art. And all these art are from the aforementioned French collection DSL. Like this one is mostly artworks from China, like Chinese contemporary artists. So this is a brief look of the game. And let me go to next slide. Here. So this is me. Our team is more art oriented than game. The other person who's not here today is Alan Kwan. He is a game artist. He's been doing this for years, and I'm mostly working on writing and curating art exhibitions with a focus in game art. And the collection we work with is like I mentioned, is a Paris-based collection, private one. They don't have a physical space, but they always want to share their artworks they collected over the years on virtual space. So I want to jump right in how we made the game and how it's connected to both game and art. On the conceptual level, for me as a curator, these are a few of the exhibitions I did. I gradually come to an idea that game and exhibition have a lot of similarities. To make them or visit them or play them, you can see a shared thread in it. For me, is information database and processor. Like this is a game I really liked to play when I was young, little. Pharaoh is an interactive management, resource management game, or a city, more like kingdom builder. Here I think they hired or at least consulted a lot of Egyptianology scholars. So the entire game is like a knowledge database for things that happened in ancient Egypt, objects, art, culture, military, whatever. If you want to learn, you can learn a lot of English vocabularies that often is no use for today, but it's very fun. I visited an Egyptian, what's it called, the Egyptology museum in Italy years ago, and I saw basically the same thing. It's instead of virtual properties, it's physical materials, but they're all bearers of information. So again, museum or art space can work as an information database or processor. So these are the ideas I have in mind before I made this game. And then the opportunity came to us. I think 2 or 3 years ago, this collections had
Sylvain Levy one for me. They were trying to do digital display for artworks long before the pandemic hits us. Previously, they've tried to make such kind of VR museum, which I think is supported by HTC's Vive, and then they want to do something again. But like I mentioned, in our team, I was a contact person. We have very little experience in making virtual art space, but we're more interested or addicted to video game. Thus, we came of the idea that we don't want to make a virtual museum, but we want to make a game because essentially it can be the same thing. As long as we meet these two quests, one is to display their artworks inside the game, and the artwork should be in the most prominent interactive part of the game. And then the story of the game could be or should be also related somehow to contemporary art. We had a few ideas, which we deserted earlier. One is to steal contemporary art so that we can mock the price system in the contemporary art industry, or a memory archaeologist game, which should be an RPG, which has a love triangle relationship that wants to highlight some of the real figures like artists, gallerists, collectors, their intensive dynamics with each other. But eventually we arrive at the idea of Forgetter, precisely because of the main concept I had in my mind, that we want to make a game that's somehow is a database for contemporary art in China, but also contemporary artists' living conditions in China and maybe abroad too. So that came the original, like the first step of Forgetter. We built a museum, but for players who don't know about this layer of the orange story, I guess they don't have to know. The game itself is the museum itself. We have different floors. First is a sci-fi or IT company in the future. It's more physical. So you go in there, you have a sense of reality, then you go to that artist's brain. And in the brain, you go into a set of hyper-realistic or impossible architectures and interact with things. And then you can see their interaction, and you have a moral or aesthetic choices, like what to do, what not to do. And it would influence the ending or the future of the player in the end of the game. On the production level, as I mentioned, Alan has been working on this for a long time, and he's most interested in making impossible architectures. So we were brainstorming some stories about how artists are suffering or trying to survive in today's economy and also geographical conditions. So he made, again, impossible architectures. This is a museum shaped like a tumor and exists in air. And this is an attic of the artist's childhood memory, which you can peek into other rooms. A forest that has a lot of really traumatic impressions of parents and siblings. And this is the more realistic setting of the IT company that's Manjob, where everything happened. At the same time, we are two people team, so the productivity is very limited. And we try to find a lot of ready-made. I like the idea of ready-made because in art we use it a lot, but in game, it's the same. There are so many 3D assets we can find online. As long as we pay them or we credit them, we can use it. The only problem is we're making at least half of the game is set in the 1980s to 1990s China, so we don't have a lot of available options to 3D assets because most of them represents a US or European, I guess, realistic style. The most relevant we can find is the assets that are tagged with USSR or former Germany or GDR. And then we have ready-made art. Again, this time it's digital versions of real existing physical art, like the one I'm showing you on the screen. I think it's the upper right part. And to make the games more authentic in terms of the era it tries to represent, I also exploited my families, friends, and I got a lot of photos like this one on the lower right corner is my parents' photo. So we put these things around our game space to make it more immersive, so to speak, or more real, real as a memory space. And narratively, we added some audios. Somehow I cannot play it for the streaming, but these audios are representing the remaining consciousness of the dead artist. So when you do things, they would have some kind of reaction. And we forced a kind of one-dimensional or one-way communication, because in a game setting, we said the artist could only say things, but they cannot hear things. So basically it's a monologue, and the player's character, which should be from the future, can commentate on that too. So this is basically the production level of things. I think we managed to do the previous two part relatively smoothly and successfully in some level, because we finished it in 10 months, and we did this work with the French collection in a way an artwork is commissioned. So we have the budget, and we have a timeline, and we have a goal that we have to deliver. But then we didn't realize we were making a game, so there's a business side of things. And to be very honest, we didn't plan very well, or we didn't plan for this at all. We basically left no time for doing any kind of marketing or PR, and we managed to squeeze some time to do some DIY things. Like we did play test, mostly around our friends who are game designers, artists, or friends of friends, to get a lot of quality control, but also to get a feeling like who likes to play our game. But again, it's limited to a very small circle. And something we actually got a lot of help from professional game designers who work in middle or big scale game companies. They want to connect us to publishers, but then they said we have to probably make some compromise and make more contents or do some calculation about aesthetic style, things like that. And this is our first time to do a game which is going to be launched onto Steam. So we have something which served as setback for us in trying to connect to the game industry before the release. I guess it's very typical for artistic working process. There's ego, there's fear, and also there's 10 months production fatigue. So, and we need to deliver the game on time. So we said, no, we're going to do it by ourselves. What we did is we tried to exploit it the most functions, like free ones on every tool. Like I wrote to so many curators, journalists, and managed to get some coverage report, and also running, I really suck at this, some kind of social networks, and these all helps. But the biggest difference comes from game festival, like this, like a game festival would put us in a community that's already there and exposed to them. So before AMAs, the only game festival we participated is by accident. This is a physical one, an offline one in Beijing, I think in May, in 2021. We were kind of lucky because China is one of the only place where you can do a lot of things offline, although we have to sacrifice for 21 days quarantine in a really lousy hotel, mostly me. But it was really amazing that we managed to become the longest queuing lines for the entire indie game part. And we didn't expect this at all, because we were so scared that, not scared, we had this impression that we are some kind of art game and normally people wouldn't really like to play it. But in terms of the feedbacks we get on the site and afterwards from these players and people who heard about our game after this fair, because of this fair, it's actually very positive or at least encouraging messages. And also the other lucky thing is we have got a lot of contacts with game distributors and platforms, and they informed us that although our game is quite art house in a way, but there is what they call a need for aesthetic or cultural content in the general market. Like players are not as what's the opposite of high taste? Players want things that are artsy or abstract or experimental too. And some game distributors or platforms are also looking for such content. But of course, they would have more demands, and only it's not as scary as we or hard as we thought it's negotiable. And also they could have managed to offer us some kind of support, technical or in terms of media exposure or even financially. But they already released the game, so this is a kind of hindsight wisdom. But I think although maybe we wasted the opportunity to exploit both art system and game system to make this game better and more known to the public. Important lessons are learned, and I summarize them here. I always want to compare art industry and game industry because these are where the most creative minds usually reside in today's society globally. In a way, we are all making creative contents, but somehow a game made in art and game made in game industry always look different. Why is that? So I explore the differences in both systems from the journey of a gather, and I wrote them down here. In terms of initial funding and support on crazy ideas as ours, in game industry, it's very limited. You have to show investors or publishers or at least fans, you have a proven records of success. Most of the time is measured by income, revenue, or at least click rates. But in art industry, it's more likely. Like people are very impressed with original ideas and experimental ways of doing things. However, in terms of technical and marketing support, game industry is a place people who are like us should be not intimidated to contact because they're much more resourceful. In art, although because of the pandemic, a lot of institutions, especially the one have physical space, are trying to converge or transform to virtual space or metaverse, whatever they call it. They're very limited. They have to deal with a lot of internal bureaucratic or technical limitations. But from my experience, most of these museums actually are looking forward to have some kind of external help. And also museums tend to have much less direct contact with players or visitors. The crowds who go to museum are already a filtered group. In terms of whereas in game industry, they have a much more widely available players and visitors who can be involved in the production or in the sales circle earlier or later, but they are there. And in art industry, the most important thing is originality. In game industry, it's the same, but at the same time, the game should be playable. We received a lot of feedback. Some of them are quite nice, like they recognize our, I think, art value or saying we're thought-provoking. Some of them find a kind of spiritual refuge or refugee in it. But also, at least for me, at the earlier stage, I was very, I avoided to look at the comments which criticizes us. For instance, saying we have some free job issues, or there's some glitches, or we should have more contents, or at least we should have a saving function, not to force people to play right through for an hour. At that time, I want to, as a nature, to define ourselves. Oh, we are more art, but then in terms of user friendly, I think maybe if we get more resource, and we should go out and get more resource, the playability problem could be bettered or enhanced. The other thing is in terms of production circle, if you get a commissioned work from the art institutions, it's usually short. And I guess that's partially due to in art, people are still a bit of unfamiliar with game production. They think it's a expected thing, like everything could be measured, predetermined, planned, and they expect it to be delivered very soon with very limited resources. Whereas in game, it's I think everyone accepts like making a game could be a very long production cycle. Oh, sorry, I misspelled cycle. This is especially true for the user-friendly part. The production cycle is short for artists because it's more, the games are more artist-centered, so you do what you want, and you don't have to spend so much energy and thoughts and concerns on how it's received. So this would cut off a lot of time. Whereas in game, users are so important, and you have to engage them and talk to them and test them or let them test you all the time. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing. I really like the participatory kind of art. So most of the things I make, I write or I curate, I tend to leave at least 1/3 or sometimes half of the contents empty so that the latecomers or the visitors can fill it with their own imagination and thoughts. And this would require a more understanding or tolerant mind from the art world. But in games, it's very normal already. And so the entire journey so far for the game Forgetter is like a painful but important lesson for me to know in detail about why art game and game are so different. But I think in a very near future, the gap or bridge could be filled, and there are a more art house game for most of the audience in the market out there. And I think that's the end of the presentation for me. And I saw some questions about the game. The game is on Steam, so you can just type Forgetter, Forgetter, and it's there already. Thank you. If you don't have any questions for me, I guess maybe that's it for this session. But feel free to contact me on YouTube here or Discord. All right, thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Ah! Woo! Fuck, son, you gotta get up. Shit, come on, we have no time. You gotta get up, no. Come on, we have to dance, dude, we have to dance. Fuck, no music, it's fine, just dance. Woo! Day 3 is happening now. Woo!
Well, so if anybody's watching, welcome to
Welcome everybody.
3. Oh God, this is a mess.
Well, it's positive chaos, baby.
Oh God. Well,
So,
all right, then I guess it's going according to plan, isn't it?
what are we supposed to do here again?
We're introducing things that happen.
Right. We're gonna be you guides today to all the events that we're setting up today. We're gonna tell you what's happening. We're gonna introduce the people.
Who are you?
Oh right, who am I? First of all, who are you? You are Santi, right? You're a Berlin-based web developer. I heard great things about you.
Yeah, I'm also a friend of the festival. I've been attending for a few years, so I'm really honored to be a part of the festival as a little presenter for today and tomorrow.
That's great.
Should be fun. And you are Gideon.
1 second. I think I need to... Can you hand me a Fritz Cola, please? I'm dying, Jesus. Thank you. Oh, look.
Take your time.
Oh, no, don't worry.
Not like anybody's watching or anything.
Not sexy, though. I'm Gideon. I'm a game design student.
Great.
And I also like to do some music things and play around here, play around there, and especially play a lot of games. That's what I love to do.
Wonderful.
So,
What's up? What's coming up? What are the people gonna watch?
so coming up right now is Play From Home Singapore. There is a really great collective that is doing the Heritage Game Jam. They're called the Sagakaya Collective. And they're gonna do a post-mortem of their game jam, where they did a lot of exploring of how to depict the Singaporean identity through video games. And they did a game jam about that, and they're gonna tell us about that just now.
Amazing.
So look forward to that, guys.
Thankfully, Gideon is here, who's like someone who took his homework. So that's great. We'll get all the right information today. And yeah, I mean, I can't wait to watch that. Sounds really interesting.
All right.
So join us in enjoying the next talk.
See you guys later.
See you later.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you, Amaze, for letting us present what we have done from Singapore. My name is Jedediah. You can call me Jedi for short. I have with me my teammate over here, Jewel.
Hi, I'm Jewel.
Yes. We also have Gwen, who is part of our trio, but unfortunately, she's attending to our local industry day, and that's why she's not able to present. But nevertheless, we are happy to be here. And yeah, we understand we're short of time, so let's get started. So a little bit of what to expect from our own presentation. We will be doing like a sort of like a post-mortem of 2 events that we've held, and they're linked to each other. The first one is the Heritage Game Jam 2020, sorry for the typo there, as well as the Play From Home virtual exhibition. And so we'll be talking about mainly what is the landscape of games like Singapore, what are some of the art and design aspects that went into designing these 2 events, which we will be talking about, and as well as some of the challenges that we face, not just from a design standpoint, but even things like managing and the logistics behind these events. So yeah, a little bit of an introduction to our team. It is really just the 3 of us. Well, the forefront being Tizzy, our local president, cat president. And so the 3 of us all come from the games industry. Jules, an artist. And myself, I am a game designer and I also run my own games company. Gwen is the founder of an audio company, as well as the Singapore Games Association president. Yes. And so let's get into the 2 things that we have run. So as I've said, the first one that we have run is Heritage Game Jam 2020, where we got our local game designers to create games around the theme of heritage. And we've also organized Project Tea House 2021 Play From Home as part of our local Singapore Heritage Fest, which just ended in May. So yeah, without further ado, we're going to just do a very quick live tour of our exhibition, just to give you a little bit of a taste of what is it that we actually did. So as you can see over here, Jewel, would you like to present to us what
Yes,
this is about?
so this is our Sagakaya website where you can access the virtual exhibition. And right here with our character customization, there's a randomizer as well as a randomizing name function. So yeah, a lot of these are signature like Singaporean motifs such as the orchid on the head as well as the gem biscuits, and yeah, also local native animals as well. So yes, you can easily with just a few click of the buttons join our exhibition, and it's actually live right now. So over here we have the very first landing screen, which is the void deck. And void decks, they are characteristic Singaporean, part of the Singaporean government housing known as HDBs, and about 80% of Singaporeans live in HDBs. If you don't live there yourself, you definitely visited your friends and played with them at the void deck. And one of the signature things about void decks is the mama shop, which is actually quite rare to find nowadays. But mama shops, they were actually brought into Singapore. Lots of them started off as Indian merchants and traders. And it's a lot of like family, it's a very family oriented business. Unfortunately, like we said, mama shops are less in Singapore now. But they probably moved on to bigger establishments like in supermarkets or other bigger shopping establishments. And over here, we have a very classic Singaporean Chinese checkers table. This is like actually made into the ground. It's where you can find some old uncles or aunties. These are of course familiar terms that we use to refer to our elderly or older generation. And uncles and aunties just gathering around here, playing games, chatting, and yeah, we'll take the lift up to the other levels of our exhibition.
So Joe, tell us a little bit of what is our exhibition for? What are we presenting on these different levels?
All right. So on the second level over here, we have our Heritage Game Jam digital games exhibitors. So these are people who have taken part in our Heritage Game Jam. And here are the winning entries. And we have a total of how many?
9 prize winning.
9 prize winning
games.
Yes. And each of them is exhibiting as a food truck. Wanted to play around with a bit more interesting. We didn't want to have it look like a typical exhibition, with typical booths. Wanted to make it a bit more fun, engaging, and so each exhibitor is a food truck. Yeah, in like this night market kind of area.
Right. What do we have on level 3, Joe?
And on level 3, we have our local game developers. And these are game developers who have incorporated lots of Singaporean or local elements into their products, into their culture, which is very nice because it's nice to represent ourselves,
Yeah.
And over here, we have all of the booths. They are represented by apartment units along a corridor. And yes, you can definitely come here and see all the various local developers here. Yeah, over here we have Void Deck Games or Talk with Friends, and you can even click on them and it will open up a little postcard showing you more details about their company, as well as if they are having any products on sale. Yeah, and it hyperlinks out to their own storefront.
Yeah. So you can check out the website yourself. It is at www.sagakaya.com. It'll be live till about end of August. And we hope that you would enjoy the exhibition and just seeing what are some of the stuff that Singapore has to offer when it comes to these games. But yes, back to our regular scheduled presentation. So I would just like to set the context, right? What is Singapore like? Perhaps many of you might know that Singapore exists, but the reason why we came up with this exhibition in the first place, I think is quite important to understand. So a little bit about our games industry in Singapore. So Singapore games industry is relatively young, I think, compared to the other games industry around the world, but we do have AAA companies, we do have indie studios in Singapore. We also do have schools and institutions that teach game design. So for example, as you can see, these are some of the companies that exist. You can see my company up there, Alto Culture Studios, in the, under the indie, and I put it first because I'm biased. But we also do have companies like Ubisoft, Tencent, Riot Games, all existing in the realm of Singapore. And again, these are some of the schools that exist. So for me and Joel, we both came from the Japan Institute of Technology. They have a branch in Seattle that's quite well known, right, Washington. But as for ourselves, we are from the Singapore branch. So I have a bachelor's in game design, and Joel has a bachelor's of fine arts from the Japan. So yes, and so what is Singapore like, right? What is Singapore known for? So I think Singapore has been placed on an international map because it was able to stay very sustainable and well connected to the rest of the world. The reason why it was able to get to where it is right now in a span of 50 plus years is because of how we realized that we needed these international connections to get ahead and stay competitive. So I think for that, it's great that we have all these things. But of course, with so much success, it comes with its own downsides as well. And so, for example, we do face certain issues like income inequality, right? The fact that we got successful so quickly also meant that some people are unfortunately left behind. The fact that we have bring in so many people from overseas results in certain attitudes towards, for example, some of the migrant workers that tend to do more of the hard labor or the infrastructure work in Singapore. And so again, I think I want to caveat that when I bring up all these issues, I'm not criticizing Singapore, right? I think it's just important to state that this is the reality of the things, and through the game jam as well as the exhibition, we're just trying to encourage the conversation and dialogue around such topics. Of course, we also have certain issues like, for example, LGBT rights. It's something that is an ongoing conversation. The fact that we have so many different races in Singapore also brings about certain racial issues and tensions amongst the population. And there even is the conversation about art in Singapore. I'm not sure if any of you might have seen this before, but this is a newspaper clipping where they were referring to the types of attitudes towards different jobs in Singapore. And artist was stated as one of the most non-essential jobs. Again, this is within the context of COVID, right? And we understand why people think as such, but it also shows the attitude towards the arts scene in Singapore. It is quite a known fact that unfortunately we just do not get as much support in the arts. I think that's where the conversation about games as well is important, because we don't get that much support, or there's certain preconceived notions about games in Singapore. And I mean, that is why we came up with Heritage Game Jam, right? We wanted to kind of start a conversation about what are games like for Singapore. I mean, we have so many great games from the other countries, but what does a Singaporean game look like? How can we use games to further the conversations that we are facing in Singapore as a medium of self-expression, as a medium of dialogue, right? And so, yeah, as stated, we want to get our participants of this game jam to use these games as a way to encourage civic discussion and inquiry. And we also want to expand the definition of what games are. So I think it is amongst the games industry, we all know that games are art, right? But unfortunately, because of the way that the creative scene has been developing in Singapore, if you were to say apply for a grant from some of our local SAT boards for the arts, they don't recognize games as a legit art form, and which is crazy to think about. And I mean, I don't blame them. I think it's because, again, the games industry is still a relatively new one in Singapore. And so, there is an ongoing conversation about what constitutes as art. But nevertheless, that is why we also want to further advance the conversation. So yeah, I'm going to hand the time a little bit over to Jewel to talk about some of the designs and the considerations that went behind the marketing for Heritage Game Jam. So Jewel.
Thanks, Jedi. So for this particular illustration that I did, I wanted to focus on a lot of warm, nostalgic tones into this illustration as a way to kind of set the tone for what we want to see in the game jam, which is kind of like introspection. I want people to kind of look at their own heritage as being a member of Singapore and use that to describe their games, to express themselves. So I also chose this color palette of the sunset because I just wanted to also inspire feelings of hope for our creative industry. And yeah, I actually also took this color scheme, this color palette, from taking a photo of a beautiful sunset that was just outside my apartment window. So yeah, back to you, Jedi.
No, there's more about the
there's more
logo.
about me, the logo. Sorry about that. So we are called Saga Kaya, the Saga Kaya Collective, the three of us. And why do we pick this name? It's actually a combination of two things that you can find in Singapore: saga seeds, as well as kaya, which is a green coconut jam. And we actually just really like the terms put together. We just thought it was a really fun sounding name, and we decided to just stick with it. And in coming up with the logo for our Heritage Game Jam, we ended up liking it so much that we also inculcated it into the Sagakaya logo. So in the very beginning, I did come up with some concept sketches that you can see on the left. And one of the ideas that I was playing around with was also incorporating the Samsui women, which during the very, very beginnings of Singapore were the backbone of labor for building the infrastructure. And what we see today very much built on top of what they have done. And on the right hand side, you can see various ways, but in the end, we just decided to go for the first concept, which is a stamp, the ink stamp. And on the right hand side, you can see the color variations I've done. I've actually wanted to go for green in order to, follow the namesake Kaya, which is a green coconut jam. But eventually, we decided to go for the blue because it just matched our marketing material, and it makes the whole branding seem a bit more cohesive. I wanted to have like a really strong brand. And yeah, Sagakaya, the shape of it actually is very much inspired by the shape of our little island, Singapore. So on top of that, I've also incorporated elements of like a mouse deer, a wild boar, a tapir. These are very much local native animals that you can find in Singapore as well as Southeast Asia. All right, back to you, Jedi.
Right. So we've talked about the art and the design of the logo and the marketing materials, but of course, what is this game jam about that is featured so prominently in our online exhibition? So the Heritage Game Jam, well, first and foremost, the theme was around heritage, and this was quite interesting. I think many of us know that game jams, the theme usually revolves around the idea of interpreting what the mechanic could be like, but this one took a little bit more of a narrative approach in terms of thinking about the word heritage. What does that mean to you as a Singaporean? And so when we actually first pitched it to the participants, there was a little bit of a lot of questions being thrown at us, but like, why is this so difficult, right? Why is it so vague? The word heritage is so vague. But if you were to put this in any other industry, like the arts industry, at least for Singapore, this is not something that's foreign, right? But maybe to game designers, we don't think so much about the concepts that are more nebulous in nature, like heritage. And that was the whole point. We actually started having discussions over what heritage meant to them, and they expressed it in their various games. So we had about 150 participants that signed up. Word of mouth, not much marketing involved actually. And 29 games were submitted as a result. We also made it 7 days long, and that was deliberate. We wanted it to be accessible to people who were working, and so they actually took the weekend to work on it, and then the students could use the weekdays to work on their games. So I think that is probably why we also had a lot of participants, because of the length that allowed for people to feel like they're not rushing the game at all. And yeah, so these are some of the games. We had games about food, which is one of our most prominent parts of Singaporean culture. We had games about buildings. What does it mean to preserve a story? What if you ruled Singapore in a different way, in a different government, right? Like there's some little bit of edgy stuff here and there. What does it feel like to be a student in Singapore? Some of the pressures of academics and living in a family that is driven by meritocracy, right? So yeah, lots of cool games. Please go check it out. I think they should be played. We also, and this is more on the logistics of the game jam itself, in case you're interested. We did our sign-up sheets on Google Sites, as well as Google Forms. Of course, they uploaded all their games to itch.io, and we actually use Discord prominently in the community aspect, making sure that they have somewhere to go to. The different groups can just work on their different games online, but they can also go to other groups' channels in order to just check out what they're doing and test each other's games. So that was quite active and quite well done, in my opinion. So here are some of the features that we did differently from most game jams, we feel. The first one is skills matchmaking. So one thing we wanted to try out is including people that were not usually from the games industry. And this could mean they're civil servants, they are, actors, right? And the idea is this: games is a creative medium, and we're dealing with a subject around heritage. I think it's important to consider the knowledge and the experiences of people from others outside of the games industry. So we invited them to participate. Of course, there is an issue, right? Like, what if they don't know programming and they sign up alone? And that is where in the Google Forms sign up form, we actually made sure that they could submit the skills that they will be using. And then we match them together ourselves and place them into groups, making sure that they all fulfill the role that is missing in their group, and that they will not be left without a programmer, as you can see from the Google Form image. So that really worked out in the end for us. One thing we also did actively was the LGBTQIA plus inclusion, and we did that via the pronouns in the sign up form and this Discord as well, our Discord names. We also invited this group called Proud. So Proud is an organization in Singapore where they have a platform for LGBTQ plus members to find queer-run and queer-inclusive meetups, resources, and helplines. So we invited them to organize like a trivia event, which I'll talk more a little bit later. But because of their inclusion, it signposted to participants that this was a safe space for them, and that resulted in us having a lot of LGBTQIA plus participants. Of course, we also had our T's and C's, where we ensured that the participants are aware that the space is safe. Yes. So more on the trivia quiz, right? Why the trivia quiz? The fact that we are doing Game Jam on heritage meant that we wanted to start it off right. We wanted to start a conversation about what heritage meant to them. So we had Proud ask random questions about our culture. So this is an example, right? Which burger was banned in Singapore? And there was a burger that was banned. It's called Rummy Burger. Go look it up if you're interested. And so that really, made people more like curious about what do they know or what do they not know already about their own country. So yes, we also use prompts. So again, because we knew that the theme would be quite vague to some of the participants, so we had some guiding words that we provided in case they needed a starting point for the design of the game. Also, because we invited participants from other industries that may not be familiar with the pipeline of game development, or perhaps they're starting students, we actually invited many working professionals of different skill sets from different industries to come down and act as advisors. So during the week-long competition, they would go to the Discord channels in the spare time and just answer any questions that participants might have left behind, depending on what the field may be. And so there was at least that level of guidance and help in the direction of the games. And of course, we wanted to add a bit more of a personal touch to it. So we made our own care packages. We had postcards written for every single one of those 150 participants, all handwritten by us. We spent one whole night to like midnight writing it, just thanking them for taking part in the competition, and thanking them for the warm response, because we did not expect so many people to actually take part. So a little bit of what went right, and I'll go through quickly because I've already mentioned some of these things. But essentially, I think the fact that we've included different skill sets, the fact that we've lengthened it, right, all revolve around the central theme of making the space feel inclusive, making them feel like they're not rushed, that it is accessible. So I liked, I think, everything that we've done. And what could have done better? So I think one thing that we could have done better was definitely the trivia. So the part about the trivia was it was kind of a non-compulsory event that took place right after the opening event. And as a result, there was a slight drop-off in terms of the participation of the trivia, which I think we could have signposted a little bit better to the participants. So that's something that I think we would like to improve on. The matchmaking system, while it was good, I think was also a little bit logistically messy, because at the end of the day, it was only the three of us. We did not expect there to be so many people, and we underestimated how much work went into it. So I think if we were to do this the next time, which we probably will, we would include maybe one more person in our team to kind of support the matchmaking. And last but not least, the judging. We've mentioned earlier how games are still a growing thing in Singapore, and we've invited, certain judges that may not have been from the games industry. And so I think in general, people have a very divided opinion of what heritage is to them, and that resulted in certain games that might have some inherent value not getting any recognition, which is a bit of a shame. And I mean, again, that is just reflective of the purpose of the game jam, right? Like we are here to start conversations and here to showcase that, hey, everybody has a different interpretation of heritage. So again, just something that we took note of, that at the end of the day, judging is subjective. All right. So I'm going to take a very quick sip of water before I go on to talking about the exhibition. All right. Okay, so yes, now about the exhibition, right? One that we had played earlier on. How did this come about? Well, essentially, right after we organized the game jam, one of the local statutory boards, excuse me, called the National Heritage Board, they came forward to us and said, hey, you created a game jam with the word heritage in it. Why didn't you call us, right? Why didn't we know about this earlier? And so we struck up an agreement with them, and we said that, you know what, we're gonna create an exhibition for your Singapore Heritage Fest event. And so we worked together with Lionfish Studios, which is one of our games as a service local studios here in Singapore. And therefore we created the exhibition for the events that you see before you. So yes, National Heritage Board was great to work with, and they provided most of the funding required to build this exhibition. So a little bit of the context of what the exhibition was supposed to do, besides featuring, of course, the winning games from the Heritage Game Jam, we saw it as an opportunity to showcase who is in the Singapore scene, not just our local game developers, but as well as the local artists that uses games as well as the idea of play in their products. Because ultimately, I think we're all experience builders, and we wanted to show that, hey, an ecosystem exists in Singapore. And of course, we wanted to let Singaporeans know that, hey, games are also a legitimate form of artistic expression, right? And therefore, more games should be played in order to further the conversation of what it means to be Singaporean. And some of the details about the exhibition. So it was on the website, it was mobile friendly, and nobody required any sign up, so that made it a lot more accessible as well. And as you have as you've seen from the presentation earlier, it is a simple walk around and you visit different booths, and it opens up to the games on your websites. So I'm going to hand over the time to Jewel to talk about some of the themes as well as the art and the design for the exhibition, which she has so lovely done. So Jewel, if you would please.
Thanks, Jedi. So I guess for every artist, the first thing that you have to ask yourself when it comes to creating any sort of work is, what's the sort of vibe, what's the intention that you want this work to make people or the viewers feel? So for our exhibition, definitely, we've come up with 3 main points. We want it to be fun. Games are fun. I think everyone here has such a love for games, and they are so engaging, right? So for the exhibition, definitely fun. We want it to be inclusive and inviting, so that, because this exhibition took place during the Singapore Heritage Festival, and many people not from the games industry might actually come down. So we wanted to, not be in a way that people find too aggressive. Definitely, we want it to be very family friendly. Everyone be like, oh, games look like this as well. It's so cute. I want to be part of this. And lastly, we want to celebrate Singapore culture. So a lot of various elements that you see here are very much uniquely Singaporean things. And we definitely try to litter them around Singapore, around the exhibition as well. So as you can see, one of them is an ice cream man, some in the middle, and you can find this man around the streets of Singapore selling ice cream sandwiches. And every time he comes around, you can see lots of Singaporeans just crowding around him and asking for ice cream as well. It's so lovely. And one of the very first things I did with trying to establish the art style was doing a color guide. And I realized that when it comes to creating a color guide and wanting it to be cohesive amongst the entire exhibition, one of the very important things for me was to decide the ratios and the percentages of the types of colors that we want to see. So I decided to go for a 60, 35, and 5 ratio. The first 60% are our neutrals. This would, usually be the walls, the flooring, 35% transition, and 5% accents. So those 5% accents is what we really want to draw focus to for the exhibition goers. And lastly, for the line, instead of going for black, I decided to make the line art like this ballpoint blue, kind of like a saturated blue, because I wanted to still make it a really fun, really colorful exhibition without too much monochromatic tones. And in terms of the line art, we really wanted to go for a hand-drawn look because I think this makes it really homely. And it also, like if you look at the lines right now, you can see that the lines are kind of broken up in certain areas because we wanted to have the lines to kind of imply the shape versus really realistically rendering it out. Because when it comes to an exhibition, like realistically rendering out might just look very noisy for the eyes, especially for an exhibition that is quite big with lots of various elements. So we didn't want to, make it too tiring for the exhibition goers. And over here, next slide, we have our characters. And if you've seen previously, there's a character randomizer as well. And we've also incorporated lots of various Singaporean motifs into our characters and the local animals as well. And as for our characters, the animation style, we wanted there to be a bit of a wobble, so that it's a bit more livelier, and not just a static image of your character. And on the side over here, I've also included a breakdown of exactly how many frames we needed per character variation. And this could help us a lot when it comes to production, because we know exactly how many frames are needed, and we can track our development with it. And that brings us to the next part of the art, which is the environment. So as you have seen, this is the very first landing screen of our environment, the void deck. And I've also mentioned about the mama shop. And so this is how an actual mama shop looks like, and as well as the Chinese chess tables that we have over here. And so, yeah, we wanted to really incorporate these elements into these like really nostalgic and homely elements into our exhibition. And from the mama shop, it's actually, if you click on it, it's where it links out into all of our exhibitors, their games, and as well as like things that you can purchase from our local developers. And the next environment is the hot pot level, and this is where we showcase our Heritage Game Jam winners. And we could have really just gone for a regular expo style kind of art, but no, we wanted to make it a bit more surreal, a bit more fun. This is a games exhibition, so we decided to go for the theme of a hot pot. And hot pots generally, it's a really fun, family-friendly, like you gather a bunch of people around, your friends, your families, your cousins, everyone comes down, we have hot pot together, which includes lots of various ingredients that you kind of all throw into a soup base, an Asian soup base. And yeah, so also each of these food trucks is the exhibition, is the Game Jam winner. And so in order for us to also get through the amount of assets we needed to draw, we've gotten the help of our participants, of our Game Jam winners, because I wanted to also let them have the chance to, customize their own food truck. And so what I did was that I created a template for them. There was a style guide, there is a color guide, as well as various layers where they can color over their food truck and make it uniquely theirs. And at the very top of the food truck, I specified a safe space where they can put a food element that represents their game and their team. And so this really helped to offload some of the art, as well as make it definitely a lot more community-based, right? I really wanted to bring everyone together in this level. So in terms of the flow of traffic, I've also done like a 3D mock-up, because I wanted to ensure that each food truck has the same size. It looks great, very cohesive. And this is how the environment looks like on a bird's eye view. And we also have a game developers corridor. And as you can see from this side scroll, all the various different booths that we have and their own respective designs as well. Because once again, we gotten the help and to include everyone in their own, as they could draw out their own template for, as they could draw out their own booth following the template that we provide for them. And lastly, I just want to touch quickly on UI. Thanks to our friends at Lionfish, they've come up with a great idea of having little postcards that pop out that talk about the game, the team that you represent, the company, as well as their various products. So yeah, I thought that was such a cute design. And I'll pass the time over to Jedi.
Right, so I'm aware we're a bit short of time, so I'm gonna breeze through some of these things. Again, the audio design done mostly by Gwen. Thanks, Gwen. Mainly featured a lot of Singapore environmental audio. You also have the game audio featured as you open the different food trucks or the different, or as you walk past the different booths on the HDB level, the corridor that you saw earlier. You also have different Singlish, which is Singapore English, voice lines being played if you type the commands boo/boo/share, again, just to add a little bit of that Singapore flair. So yes, what could have been better? I think one of the challenges that we faced was the lack of flash. Right now, we the studio that we're working with, Lionfish Studios, they decided to opt for HTML5 instead, and that was an issue when it came to certain devices. When we launched it, a lot of users with Apple devices for some reason just could not get it to work, and that resulted in maybe a good percentage of people not being able to play it if they didn't have a non-Apple device. So I think that's one thing that we didn't foresee. It also, I think, resulted in the role distribution because we were not familiar, as in the Sakakaya team was not familiar with the limitations of what HTML5 could or could not do, even though we're game developers. I think that made it difficult for Lionfish Studios to consistently tell us what are the things that are realistic in terms of the features. And as a result, I think Lionfish Studios did a lot more work than they were expected to do out of their own volition. But we also felt bad for making them work too much. So we're very thankful to have worked with such wonderful folks. Lionfish Studios is awesome. But again, I think if now that we know all these things on hindsight, we definitely could have worked out our roles a little bit better. And of course, COVID, right? Let's not forget why and how these things are in the first place. I mean, we wanted to do a physical exhibition to feature the games, and because of COVID, it became digital, right? But it also resulted in, for example, the Singapore Heritage Fest being online for the first time instead of being physical. And as such, as much as we were figuring out our own challenges, National Heritage Board was also figuring out how to do it as well, and that affected certain timelines, especially when it came to marketing. And so I think it also made fundraising difficult because, again, people are just not so open to such exploratory ideas during a time of crisis. So all these things are things that I think, I won't say that maybe we could have done it better. It's just a challenge that we faced. But I think at the end of the day, we finished it, and that was great. Yes. So yeah, I know there was a little bit of a rush in the end, but thank you very much for letting us present what we have done. Again, this was an effort from the three of us, right? Like we just did it as in our own free time, and we had no expectations. We didn't expect to be even here presenting today. So yeah, we hope that you would enjoy the exhibition and look forward to the next Heritage Game Jam and exhibition next year. So yeah, with that, thank you very much. Jewel?
Thank you.
Okay. Hey everyone. Welcome to this Amaze panel where we're going to be discussing interesting insights you can find from the Zambian game development scene. So I have three guests who are from different parts of the Zambian game development scene, and we're going to be discussing our own insights right after we jump into some history about the Zambian game development scene and share a few videos for you. Um, Feel free to ask any questions in the comments if you have any as we go along. So the history, where did it all begin? So the first time I was aware, or the first time I heard about any type of game development that was happening in Zambia was after I joined a place called Bongo Hive, and I heard that there was someone who hosted a game development workshop like a few months ago. So I joined in about May or March, I think March 2013. And I heard that, oh, there was a game development workshop earlier this year. And someone called Ifunga who has a really cool game for himself, was the one hosting it. So I was really curious about that and I dug into it a bit more. And I found out that oh, he has this really cool fighting game that he made all in Java, with his own hand-drawn art. And yeah, he basically did everything himself. And it was based on a comic that he had been writing for some time. So I thought that was really cool. Like I never expected someone to be doing something like this in Zambia. And he actually has an updated version of it that he was working on. I believe that was the sequel with updated sprites, and updated UI, updated battle, and all that kind of stuff. So this new shiny thing that I saw was something that inspired me to be more involved in what's happening in game development in Zambia. So yeah, that was like the beginning of what I of my perspective on the Zambian game development scene. And from then, at Bongo Hive, which is a tech and business incubator, I was a bit more involved in directly by helping organize events. This was the first event ever at the space. It was called the Game Dev Weekend, and it was simply people coming together to watch E3 videos and learn a bit more about game development. So there were videos, there was another room where people were showing kind of show and tell, and another room where people were learning programming by making games. Let's see. Yeah. So this next slide shows two different events. The first one was actually still a part of Game Dev Weekend, where people are learning how to code in Python by making games. And the right side is a game development event that came afterwards where people were using Unity. So this was still in 2013. People were very explorative, and people were very excited and explorative. Like people were really interested in trying new things and like, oh, what's this game engine? What can I do with it? I believe the things which people were using were C sharp, C sharp just by itself, trying to make games, or using XNA, Unity, Stencil, Construct, and Python. So people were trying a bunch of stuff to make games. And also we learned that, we have some really cool graphics people in Zambia. So this is someone who was modeling the head of a dragon in Blender, I believe. Yeah, and we had some other interesting graphics people, but I don't have pictures of their work here. But yeah, people who were doing 2D sprites, and some people who more recently, there's someone in our community who is pretty big on pixel art as well. And this is a competition from the same year, I believe, or might have been the year after, where two teams were making games. And this here is one of the games from, oh no, this here is the game from the winning team. It was a game made in Stencil that was about, it was a game called Mr. Square, and it's about a man who is a square. He's a pretty mundane, strict guy, and he was he was going around his neighborhood and he was trying to rid it of these bobble-headed teens that look like mushrooms, and when they explode they have a rainbow psychedelic effect. And this was really cool, and seeing what people are making is something that is really exciting because you get to see how creative people are, even when they're just being exposed to game development for the first time, using tools that are easily accessible. And that's something which has continued to happen at game jams and workshops that have been held in Lusaka, Zambia. And even though we were having game jams, there were some people who had been working on games outside that we didn't know about. But when they came into our community, we got to see some really talented people working on their own games. So this is a game called Star Scooter, which is inspired by Mega Man, and it's, I don't know how to describe it, but it's really awesome. Like I at the time, again, I couldn't believe that. So I couldn't believe this is something that someone did, and he had been working on it for years, and he has a whole I don't know how many page backstory, how many page story for his game, but people are really talented. Although they might be hard to find, or they were hard to find at the time. Now that people are more on social media, and now that we have a group on Facebook, it's easier to see what people are doing. Um, yeah, so this is Alistair playing his game, Star Scooter. And yeah, it's still, oh, it was a demo at the time, but now he's finished it. And if you can check out his Facebook page to see updates. He's working on the sequel right now. Yeah. And this is another interesting game that came into light after we started having community events. Oh, at the time it was called Mr. Ripley, but this isn't how it continued. And this was when this is by Mwaba Mugala, and he's just started. Um, I'm not sure, but I think like this was his early days using Unity, and right now the game has evolved into something completely different, something called Project Lumpa, which is based on a true Zambian story, true Zambian lore, about a cult in Zambia and the leader. It's a horror psychological game. And he is still working on it, but as you can see, it's a big evolution from what it was at the beginning. So people are continuously working on their stuff. That is pretty cool. And besides that, something else that has been happening in the Zambian game development scene is trying to get more women involved in game development. So this is a workshop that happened in 2017 called Games Plus Girls, and it was a workshop that actually was hosted every year since 2015, and the goal was to get more girls or more women involved in Global Game Jam. So this was the third time it was hosted, I believe. And yeah, let's see how it went. Usually the workshops are small, but oh, this is a different workshop, but usually the workshops are small, but they there are a lot of different people that come to the workshops and people with different ideas. So a good activity we would start with at some of the workshops was paper prototyping, which is something anyone can do. And it's a good way to get good design ideas out of people or get people flexing their design muscles. Yeah, so that's paper prototyping. And from paper prototyping, you can kind of get an idea of what people's strengths are or what people are more interested in as they get more comfortable with game development, and it's easier to make plans for what people are doing. So this was from the 2017 workshop I mentioned earlier, after we broke up into teams and we were planning a game together. This is level design from the game we were working on, or a level being designed, like someone drew the house area for the game and it was made into an actual house. I forget what software was used for this, but eventually it did end up in Game Maker Studio, and it's supposed to be a gray. The game is supposed to be all in gray. Yeah, this game got lost in the void among a lot of other games. A lot of other games have been lost in the void. And we also had interactive fiction workshops. So this is Twine, and Twine again is another tool that lets people get into game development really easily. So it was also a good way to see people get to flex their design muscles again. Um, but just telling people all you have to do is write, and these are simple ways to make your story interactive. And with that, you get to see a whole lot of ideas. Lombe, who's in the call, made a horror game out of it. And yeah, like that's one of the things you can do with Twine. Or one of the things we saw with Twine. Another thing we saw was for the first time, after the Twine workshops we did for the first time, there was an all woman team in Global Game Jam, because they got so comfortable and they loved working with Twine that they decided to work on a pirate escape game. I forget what the theme for that Global Game Jam was, but they ended up making a pirate escape game. I think it might have been Waves. It might have been Waves. Yeah. And these are the ladies from the workshop, us all standing together. This is 2017, and the workshop grew a bit more with a more diverse set of people, lots more artists, and people of all backgrounds. So this is 2018. And yeah, once again, working with Twine, very interesting tool that people love, and I think it's something which I will keep recommending to people to get started with game development if they want to try it out. And we're still, although we're offline right now, we're still able to have events together. So this is from Global Game Jam this year, and we have Nerd Otaku, which is a kind of nerd community in Zambia meeting up for Global Game Jam 2021. And yeah, so that's it on the history and some of the history of the Zambian game development scene based on pictures that I could find. There are a lot of moments that might have been missed, a lot of games that might have been missed because they haven't been captured. So something to remember for the future is to make sure we capture all these games. And yeah, so that's it. We have some videos.
Over the years, we've been hosting various beginners game development workshops, but something we noticed and decided to put more effort into is the fact that there are very few women making games in Africa. This is how our Games Plus Girls initiative was born. We've been doing this not only to get more women and girls involved in game development, but getting them more interested in using technology to express themselves, tell their own stories, create digital narratives, and, just get a feel for what technology can do for them. Our workshops focus on giving the basic tools for design and programming, and rapidly prototyping games that can be worked on further if they so desire. For our 2018 Games Plus Girls workshop, we were able to manage a larger group with better resources and include a public event that celebrated the contributions of women in gaming around the world alongside the ladies that attended our events. These workshops are always a great experience to host and really insightful for what can be done to get more women in Africa making games.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel and welcome if you're new. My name is Lil and today we are gonna play a game. This game is a game that I made with my brother slash cousin Chileshe, aka Creature Man. We made this game at Global Platform. He did the art. We made this game in a couple hours, and I think we made it how many years ago? Let me see. Yeah, 1st of February 2016 at the Global Game Jam. I named the first name I gave the game was The Little Wooden Box, and I changed it to Ritual. So let's see how it goes. I don't remember much about the game. I know the general plot. I can't remember. I haven't played it in years. You frantically look around the house, trying to find her and realize that she is missing. Marigold would never leave the house that early in the morning without telling you, and she would never leave her box behind. What do? So you rush back to Marigold's room and look on her bedside table, or you run to your mother. I don't know what the correct answer is here. So I guess I'm going to pick run to, because I mean the mom is sickly, so I feel like my thought process, let me not try and Jedi mind trick past low and just fucking pick something. So I think I'm just gonna go back to her room. Your mortal eyes are not equipped to read the scrolls. You start to rub your eyes. The rubbing gets more and more vigorous, and before you know it, you are clawing out your eyes and screaming. You lie on the floor, letting out bloody gurgles as you dig out your eyes while rolling around frantically in your own blood. You die when you start gouging out your brain through your sockets. Sweetie, are you okay? You have failed your sister. Why am I so dramatic?
Okay, so we're back, and you just saw some videos from what happens in the Zambian game development scene. The first video was Games Plus Girls workshop, or about the Games Plus Girls workshop. The second video was Lombe, who's here, playing her game that she made in Twine, and the last video was a trailer for a game by Waza, who is also here. So I'm going to let the speakers introduce themselves first. We'll start with Waza.
And have a little over a year of experience in the engine. I've made a few game prototypes, mainly during game jams, and I recently released a beta for my game on itch.io.
Awesome. We'll check that out. Next, Lombe.
Hi, my name is Lombe and I'm from Lusaka, Zambia. I am not necessarily a game developer. I made my first game with Twine. It's a horror game, The Little Wooden Box, during Global Game Jam. I'm pretty sure, I don't remember which year, but like, yeah, it was very interesting to say the least. It's still bare bones, but I think it's still fun to play.
And also, don't forget, you're also an organizer for Women Game Jam
this
year.
I do help organize game jams, especially women's game jams. Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna ask you about that later. And last but not least, Chipo, introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm Chipo Hamija from Mazabuka in Zambia. And I'm a cloud developer at Fanto Accounting Innovations. I've been making prototypes or concepts for various types of games, and I've been using Unity for 4 years now. Apart from game development, I've been developing softwares for 6 years. Yeah. And this is when I'm planning to release not just a prototype, but a full game to be my first release. Yeah, that's all about me.
Nice, Chipo. So there are a lot of firsts in this group. Yeah, I'm going to get right into some questions for us to discuss. So my first question to all of you is, when did you first learn about the Zambian game development scene? I'm going to start with Chipo.
I learned about Zambian game developers late last year. That was after I joined a group, a Facebook group with a related activity, Zambia Facebook Developers Seko Lusaka. When I joined, Zambian Game Developers Group appeared on the list of suggested groups I would join. So yeah, that's how I joined it, and it was interesting because it was hard to find game developers in Zambia. So it was interesting seeing that there's a community for that. So that's how I joined it.
Nice. That's a great thing about online spaces. A lot more people are able to reach them. Next, Lombe. So when did you find out about Zambian game developers?
The first time I heard about Zambian game developers was probably 2014, I think, where I heard about both the Global Game Jam and the Women's Game Jam, or I don't know if it was like the girl, I don't remember which one, but I found I had missed both of them. And I had missed them because I thought you needed to have experience in like coding and all those other things. But then you actually told me that, no, you don't need any coding experience. And there are different engines that you teach people how to use and make games. So in 2015, that's when I actually attended the Global Game Jam. And that's where I made the horror game with Twine, with my brother doing the art, and I did the story in the program. So yeah, it was actually so, I couldn't believe I had made like a whole game out of it. I was so impressed with myself. But like, yeah, that's the first time I was introduced to the world of game development.
Gosh, that's so nice to hear. Glad you're excited about what you made. Glad you're proud of what you made too.
I'm so proud of it.
Next, Waza, when did you first hear about Zambian game development?
Well, I heard about the group. A friend of mine had introduced me to Mwaba Mugala. And whilst we were chatting, and this was when I started working on my game, we were chatting, and he recommended that I join the Zambian Game Developers Facebook group. And that was when I actually got introduced to the community. Before that, the only game developers I knew were Chipo and Mwaba.
Okay,
So it really
nice.
helped me know other game devs in the community.
Okay, no, that's nice to hear. And a fun fact is that all three of our speakers are from different cities. In fact, all of us here are actually in different cities or from different cities. Next question is, we started gathering in 2013 in Zambia. What do you think our gatherings will be like 2 years from now? That'll be 10 years after the Zambian game development community kind of started gathering. I'll start with Waza.
So I'm pretty new, but well, it would depend with what our current situation, how it would be after 2 years. So how it could go about is it could actually be carried on online via Discord, since we already have a Discord server for Zambian game developers. But when the country finally opens up, physical meetings would be nice. And since I am new, I would really love to attend a physical game development meeting.
Right, it's great. Chipo, what do you think our gatherings will be like 2 years from now?
I've never attended any gathering, so I'll just say what I hope to see. That's physical gatherings because um, I just feel they're better than online gatherings. It's easy to work together in you're all in one way place, and it's easy to communicate that way. Yeah, that's what I hope to see. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Yeah. Also looking forward to more physical gatherings. And Lombe, especially as someone who organizes events, what are you looking for? What are you hoping to see 2 years from now in our
I'm
gatherings?
hoping I'm hoping to see more events that are outside Global Game Jam. I'm hoping to see more events including children, children in even rural areas, like just getting just different gatherings which are not under the umbrella of Global Game Jam, because right now that's the only one we have access to here. But I think it would even help finding people who are still difficult to find because they exist, they're all over Zambia. So I think if we have more organizations and more people organizing game devs, I think we'll find more people who will find their tribe, and will have more access to people who they need to help finish their games, and people who they can ask for advice. So that's what I hope to see in the next 2 years.
Nice. And touching on that, like I'm also interested in all that. And on top of that, I'm also interested in seeing yeah, people from different gatherings happening in different cities, because from learning that there are people like Waza and Chipo who aren't necessarily always in Lusaka, because all our game development events have happened in Lusaka except Global
Yeah.
Game Jam. But like it'll be nice to see people just having events and just making games from wherever they are. And yeah, my next question is, why do you think people love Global Game Jam so much? And I'll start with Lombe.
I think people love it so much because you get a theme. It helps get your creative juices flowing when you have a theme, and you get to work with all sorts of people with different talents, people who can make songs, people who can draw, people who have coding experience, and it just helps you create something of your own. You know what I mean? Like, you always, when you look at these games that we play on PlayStation or on your Switch, you feel so intimidated. But with Global Game Jam, you're introduced to different mediums that you can use to actually create your own games. And I think that's why people like it. Yeah, especially for me, that's why I like it.
Great. I don't know Chipo and Waza, so I don't know if either of you have attended a Global Game Jam before. I'll start with Chipo. Have you attended a Global Game Jam before, and why do you think people love them so much?
I don't think I've not attended one. Though there's was the previous one we participated in with Toyota. What was it?
That was the Game Jam Plus.
Oh yeah, so I've never participated in Global Game Jam, so I have
Okay,
nothing to say on this one.
okay, well, since you haven't participated in Global Game Jam, but you participated in Game Jam Plus, what did you find exciting about that?
Uh, what was exciting is how teammates would work together in little time and have something done effectively, especially in the last minutes. Like that's when people are very effective when it's about to end. Yeah. So that was interesting because I remember we had the challenge. I've forgotten in the last minute, and yeah, it was interesting the way we figured it out together, and yeah, submitted our game.
Yeah,
Though
the
we
last
didn't
minute
continue.
rush.
Yeah, we qualified for the first phase. It was had three phases. We qualified for the first one. Uh, then we never. I don't know why we never continued. I think everyone just got busy with other things. Yeah.
Oh, understandable. But yeah, the last minute rush is a thing. Waza, how did you find Game Jam Plus?
A Game Jam Plus, as Chip has already said, for me, game jams in general, it's just the thrill of the challenge. Plus, it's really nice when you've been working on other projects to just have something else to refresh your mind, while also giving you a challenge as well. And that's why game jams are actually nice. As Chico said, we could not continue with game jam plus because we all had other things to do. I was just starting university at the time, so I couldn't have a lot of time to work on games and such.
Right. Nice to hear. And my next question for all of you is, have you ever played games from other Zambian developers? And do you have any recommendations? So I will start with Chipo on this one.
The first game I've played is by Harry Banda called is it Spin Blaster, something like that.
Yeah, Spin Blaster.
Yeah, it's the first game I've played by Zambian, and it's interesting. And I've also played two of Waza's game jam submissions, Corruption in the Dark and is it Electron Dash? Yeah, they're all interesting games. Yeah. I like the Waza lays out his graphics. I don't know, it's good. It's something special with him. Yeah, in all his games.
Yeah, the minimalist design. I also like that. I also like Waza's minimalism with his game. Lombe, have you played any Zambian games and do you have any recommendations?
Unfortunately, I haven't played any, but I have seen Alistair play a good amount of his game, Star Scooter, and I think it's really good. And I hope that it does find its way on the market because it's a platform game. It's like really, really entertaining, and it's really, really well done. But yeah.
Yeah. I've seen him play through it. He plays it like he speed runs through his game. Although he speed runs through it, although it's a challenge. It was a challenge for me. So I would recommend people trying that one out. That's Star Scooter by Alistair Mwase Puri. Waza, have you played any games from other Zambian developers and do you have any recommendations?
Yeah, the one game that I've actually put most time in was Spin Blaster by Harry Banda. And it's one that I recommend a lot. Is the fact that it's very accessible and it runs on my very kind of useless device is very nice. So I really recommend Spin Blaster.
Yeah, I also recommend it because I remember a time when I was in the leaderboards. I managed to get in the top, I think once, but people quickly overtook me and I dropped down. But yeah, it was a pretty fun game. It is still a pretty fun game, so would recommend that. And Waza's games and Star Scooter. Yeah. So my next question is, we don't see, or the activity in the Zambian game development scene goes up and then it dies down, goes up and it dies down. Why do you think it is so inconsistent? Why do you think that activity in the Zambian game development scene is so inconsistent? I'll start with Lombe.
I think it's inconsistent because unfortunately, where we live in Zambia, skills like game development are not really prioritized. So people, though they're passionate about making games, passionate about learning how to do it, there are not many places that would, help make that like a living for them. So they have to focus on studying other things, working in different jobs. So it kind of falls on the back burner, and it's labor intensive, making games. So it slows down to like a snail's pace, or some people just drop it altogether because they need to prioritize, finding money for rent, finding money for school fees, finding money for food. So I feel like in Zambia, unfortunately, we're not allowed to think of it as a career path in that sense. And there's not many organizations or companies willing to make that a reality for a lot of our talented game developers here, and it's also expensive. So yeah. That's why
True.
I think it slows down.
True. Okay. Okay. True. So Chipo, what do you think? Why do you think the activity in the game development scene is so inconsistent?
Okay, Lombe has said it all, but just to add on, from what she has said, that it doesn't inspire anyone to be a game developer because yeah, like no one motivates you to develop games, yeah, because yeah, everything Lombia said, yeah.
True, true, true. People like teachers and anyone else, like a lot of people will not motivate people to go into game development because it's
Yeah, that's true.
not seen as a career. Very true. Waza, do you have anything to add?
Everything has been said. It's just that there's mostly lack of motivation in Zambia. You might be playing a game trying to get motivation, and people might see it as wasting time. Even programming, since it's not taught in a lot of schools, it's a choice subject. It's not something that everyone has to take. So that's also one problem that might not make people who are interested in the field actually go for it.
Okay. Yeah, we need more programming education and just general arts education as well in Zambia. So to close off, I'm going to ask each of you a question to answer. So we'll start with Waza again. Waza, what do you want to do in the future?
So I'm currently pursuing a degree in software engineering, and in the future, if possible, I would actually like to make a living of making games.
That's awesome, and we hope you will do it. In fact, I believe you will do it. I really believe you will do it. I believe in you, Waza. So I'm
Thanks.
excited to see that. Chipo, my question for you is tell us about the game you're planning.
Uh, the game I'm planning, it's an FPS mobile game, and it's story driven, and it have at least middle end graphics, which low end devices of nowadays can run without noticeable lags in performance, if any. And on the game mechanics, I plan to include a variety from ranged weapons to hand-to-hand mechanics as part of the core gameplay or on mobile.
All right, cool. Sounds like you've thought about the design for it pretty well.
Yeah.
And yeah, last but not least, Lombe. So you're organizing Women Game Jam, which is happening in August. What are you excited about for Women Game Jam, Zambia?
I'm excited to see a lot of women who have no idea about coding make games and tell stories, because I know a lot of people that I approached about it, they were hesitant because they thought they needed coding experience, but the people that I approached are very creative. So when I explained to them that they don't need any experience, everything they need will be explained to them and taught to them. They were very excited. So I'm very excited to see what people create this year.
That's awesome. And when is Women Game Jam? Just in case anyone's watching and wants to join in.
It is in the second last week of August. Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll correct you. Like, yeah, no, second last week of August. It's from the 20th to the 22nd in Zambia, with workshops happening from the 16th. All right, and yeah, that's it for my questions to everyone for our discussion. I don't know if we have time for any questions from the audience. Do we? Sorry? Oh, okay. Yeah, are there any questions from the audience? I don't know. I don't think so. But if you guys want us to answer any questions, we can answer them in the Discord server. And that's it for the session. Sorry, that's it for the session.
a bit grungy, but we like it that. And any night you go outside, you're bound to have some weird experience, and a lot of people really like to hear about these fun and interesting experiences you have. But to be honest, there are also the mundane life, your mundane experiences, your just daily life, where you might think, hey, this is pretty boring, I'm just like doing my thing here. But honestly, people are interested in people, in other people's experiences. So if you have a diary of the life that you're living, a lot of people might be interested in how your life works. So why not turn this story of your life, of how you live through whatever's happening to you, whatever's happening to us right now, and turn it into a game. And that is exactly what Ida Hartmann, our next guest, did. She's gonna have a cool talk about her game, Stillstand, where she was director, she's a narrative designer, she worked with me.
Okay, hello.
My name is Ida Hartmann, and I wrote and drew and designed this game called Still Stand. And today I'm gonna have a little talk called From Diary to Game, How the Personal Becomes General. And I know that may be a little bit boring title because I had to find it out really fast, but it's mostly about how it feels like to create a very personal, intimate game. Yeah, so in the beginning, because I don't presume that everybody knows what Still Stand is for a game, I wanted to show a trailer, but it can't be done with audio. So I'm just gonna play it without any audio, just so you can get like a visual feel of my game Still Stand. Meanwhile, I can talk a little bit instead. Yeah, so my name is Ida Hartmann, and I developed Still Stand together with the game studio called Nila Games, who is based in Copenhagen. And I no longer work at the game company, but at Die Gute Fabrik, who made Mutatione, as a narrative designer. And in this talk, I will touch on some sensitive subjects, but it's not going to be completely tough and dark, because as you might can see in this trailer, then humor and the dramatic and grotesque is also a part of my jam. Yes. So yeah, we can just see the trailer. And of course, afterwards there's going to be a short Q&A. So yeah, I will try not to talk your ears off, so you still will be able to ask me questions if anything. Yes. All right. The beginning, yeah. When I started working on Still Stand, it was 4 years ago now. I wanted to be a game about alternative realities, or I want to make a big sci-fi space game where everything could happen, and it should be a first-person giant narrative branching stuff. And this it might be clear for you, all of you, that I'm not a big gamer, because I was just like, I didn't know how big of a production it actually needs. I had to scale it a bit down, and I also had to figure out what can I do, because I haven't made any games before. I haven't gone to game school or anything, and we didn't have any kind of budget in the beginning. So for me, as an artist who has mostly worked with autobiographical comics and which were about being neurotic in Copenhagen, it seems like I had to go and follow that road in some way. And fortunately, in recent years, there have been like a growing tendency with a narrative game, like with more artistic and experimental, as you also can see in this festival. And it was like a door opening into exploring what could this kind of game actually be, and can you actually make a game about personal feelings and about a girl in Copenhagen and not in space. So yeah, also because I'm not a gamer, I always longed games to be more than a game. I mean, games have all the narrative benefits, and that a viewer must want the possibility to create an immersive universe where you get to play a part yourself. And I really wanted to explore that when developing Still Stand. So I needed to come down to earth. And also then I thought a lot about the topics that were taking a lot of time in my life at that point 4 years ago, was also the subjects of anxiety, isolation, and loneliness, which I was still trying to figure out myself. So as artists do, they create, and we create stuff that comes from ourselves in order to understand the world and ourselves better. Yes. So I decided to make a game about myself with the help from the guys at Mila Games, who was like, we tried to experiment with different stuff, but it came to be like, okay, what will happen if we have a women protagonist who does something? And I've been keeping like a secret diary for the 30 years that I've been living, and talking to friends, of course, but never been like public about my personal feelings, because why should I? But everyone I know, and especially in their 20s, suffers from different kind of mental issues, and it's a very stressful time to be alive, with climate change and a very high level of insecurity. And the pandemic came too. Oh my God. Yeah, so I came to the belief that if I want to tell my not that special downfall and experiences, then someone might relate, and they might even feel less alone. So actually, if I shared my feelings and my experiences, it could actually help people, and it could help myself. So in the beginning, it was really difficult to get to the core of what it was, because I didn't want it to be too private, like talk like, okay, then I met this person and then I was sad and diddle it. I wanted to, but I still wanted to come from my own life. So I started to read all my journals and diaries from the back then, and I really like immersed myself into it. And it was so tough, because it was just like wandering around my neighborhood and just felt all of the past emotions, because I thought that is what artists do. But at the same time, I was thinking, this is too much. I don't want to go down this road. But also at the same time, I thought, if I really want to make a game about these kind of topics, I have to be real. And the feelings and the things I depict in the game has to come from a real and honest place. So I also had to like cross some boundaries in order to go to that place. In the beginning, I felt really embarrassed every time I had to read stuff aloud to the guys at the Mila Games, and from my journal entries, and from, but I soon realized that they thought about it as a piece of fiction, and it was only me who knew the truth about where those feelings and words came from. And then I thought, okay, maybe it's not that dangerous to share. Yeah, so in the beginning it was like 10 chapters with where every chapter had a theme, like loneliness, anxiety, depression, failed love, failed workplace, failed family dinners. Everything was just like one big scattered failure. But still, I needed to narrow it down in order to create some sort of narrative. And it ended up being about, a girl in Copenhagen, surprise, who has to live through a summer where she's like isolated in her apartment because there's a massive heat wave. I don't know if anyone recognized that feeling. And then a shadow monster moves into her apartment as a funny sidekick, but also like the voice inside your head who says, why don't you just go out? Why don't you just feel better? It would be so much easier and better for you. But the girl is not that kind of girl. So she's just like, she's not having a great time. And I brought in the shadow monster in order to have some humor in it as well, because I was scared that people, if the game was too, if the game was too dark and too heavy, then people wouldn't play it, and then I would have some responsibility in order, like, if people became depressed or had some, so I needed something to balance it out. And I usually also do that when I create comics. They are funny and tragic at the same time, and I really enjoy that kind of art myself, where you laugh and you cry at the same time. So yeah, it was also a way for me to distance myself from the tough emotions. Also with like there's some sort of magic realism in the game as well, like with fantastical elements and weird stuff, weird worlds they're in. Mostly in the mini games during the game actually, and it's also a way for me to like distance myself and make it open for other people's to enter. Yeah, oh, I'm talking a lot. Yeah, so we also choose to make it a comic, an interactive comic, because we thought that the panels, we thought that the panels would also give like this kind of isolation feeling that also was present in my texts and diaries, and it really suited the style well that I both like drew and wrote it, because the great thing about comics is they're always like the pictures are always talking to the text and the text are talking to the pictures, and which make like if you're an artist who can do both, I think it's a great way to show what you like. It's a great aesthetic and narrative style in order to show a narrative. Yeah, so yeah, I also decided that I wanted to hand draw it all because I couldn't draw digitally, but maybe like in a diary where you like sit and write with your hand drawings, like with your handwriting. I also thought that the hand drawings actually would give like the same feeling of intimacy and rawness and that realness I was really looking for. Yeah, and then we created like a game design that was really mundane, like as you see in Florence, for example, in the game Florence from 2018, there was like a lot of mundane. You brush her teeth, you go to work, you swipe on her cell phone. And I thought it was really an interesting way to play a game. I've never seen like such boring, such boring things to do in a game, but the impact was really amazing. And that's how you could also elevate a comic with creating like interactivity, both with audio, animations, and like interactions. And actually most of the time you're like trapped, you're like reliving the girl's feelings, and you're forced to do all of her actions. So we try to play a little with like the way that the interactions work in order to like really make the story and the feelings come through. And I thought that was really an interesting way to experiment with the medium. Yeah, and then I yeah, here in the end of my small talk, I was just like thinking that a part of the narrative experiment was to investigate whether it was possible to make such personal and deep feeling in this way. Was it too much? Was it too depressing? Would people actually play it? But actually I thought that the way that people have like met me with the game has been like they could recognize themselves and they could see part of themselves in the girl. So actually by me showing myself and my thoughts, people could relate and they could feel it, and that was like the most important thing for me. Yeah, so you know, it's not like one-to-one part of like, it's not based, like it's not 100% me. I am the girl, but I'm not the girl. And the apartment she lives in, it's not my apartment, but it's like a fusion of all the apartments I lived in Copenhagen. And some of the words, for example, here you can see I barely sleep no more, I listen to the ocean. It's something from my journal, but some of the other stuff is just like inspired from the journals. So they've been really like a great point to go from when working with this kind of story. So everything like sprung out of like the interactivity, the drawings, the animations, like everything came from that core feeling of, you know, honesty and vulnerability. And this game taught me that actually it's not dangerous to be vulnerable, but it's actually quite good, because then you create an artwork that people can truly relate to and that has an impact. So yeah, So somehow like the personal story becomes general in some sense, because sometimes you have to go really into something small in order to see yourself. Yeah. And I think that's really incredible. Yeah, so that was all for me. I have no idea how long I've been talking, but we have some time for some questions. Great. Okay. Otherwise, you can go to the Discord channel to ask questions. Yeah, I think that will work fine. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Hey, everybody. Well, welcome to this talk. I'm David, the writer-director behind the Signifier. So the Signifiers, for those who haven't played the game, it's a tech-noir thriller where you have to explore the real world and also enter the unconscious realms of the human mind. You have to use technology and find clues to solve puzzles, unravel mysteries, and find the truth. So this is a game that below this high-level description is based on psychoanalytic and AI concepts in a very actually researched and deep way, with lots of passion and research and time behind it, and where narrative, visuals, and gameplay mechanics are designed to talk about these subjects in an intertwined way. Whether we succeeded on that or not, I guess you would have to judge for yourself, but it had intention, and it's been one of the most positive things about the game with the story and the way it treats its concepts. So if you haven't taken a look, I encourage you to play it. So yeah, that was the main challenge in terms of vision. So in this short talk, I'm gonna discuss the difficulties we had in trying to marry entertainment and the passion behind wanting to tackle these complex subjects in a way that felt natural and core to the experience, instead of a narrative layer separate from the mechanics themselves. We really wanted the mechanics to speak about these themes, right? And to actually tackle on these themes in a way that was true to the interactive medium, right? And in a way that it couldn't be experienced in any other way, that really took advantage of it being a game, instead of like, oh, if it was a movie, we could have treated the same themes the same way. Really wanted to talk about the unconscious and AI through this angle, right? So the main focus will be on the design struggles, but I can tell you that the production struggles deserve a talk on its own, one that could be a little depressing, I guess. You'll end up feeling sorry for us, but that's for another talk, most likely. So the design. Before going into how we got to the current design, I want to talk a bit about the design of the final game for those who haven't played it. In summary, the game has ended up with a 3-layer investigation process where you go to the real world. For example, this is the Signifier, the Dreamwalker machine. You explore for clues, etc. It's like a first-person adventure game, dialogue, etc. But you also go into the mind, right, where you explore memories and dreams. And in the mind, there are 3 layers, which is, you can see right here, there's the real world. This is an abandoned apartment. And this is a memory you're investigating of someone who's already dead. And in the memories, you can switch between 2 states that are investigated, interpreted by an AI, right? One is the objective state, where the subjective experience is filtered out, and the other is the subjective space, where an AI tries to interpret not only how the memory was seen and heard, but also how it was felt, which is like, of course, the longest, so to speak, mental road you have to travel in order to get there, right? So what if an AI was trained to interpret the unconscious and the emotions, right? And then we would have to interpret that interpretation. So the game plays with these concepts and forces the player to kind of investigate and figure out what things mean, interpret layers of interpretation, think about what can AI really do versus what the human could interpret, and it goes on down that road, right? So the story starts with the big VP of a big company, AI company, who's found dead in her apartment, and you have like this deal with a government agency. There's all these political struggles between technology, governments, right, and an independent researcher, which you are, and they ask you to investigate her brain, basically, right? They extract a digital copy of her brain right after she died, and you have to investigate it and find clues, right? So there's also the whole ethical concern there. So the main story is really about this woman, Joanna, and how she ended up dead and what led to her death. And that's the big psychoanalytic angle of the game, right? And by discovering these psychoanalytic things and understanding her mind, you start understanding what really happened to her in the real world. So as you can see, it's a very complex subject, very ambitious one. And yeah, it's a short talk, but I'm going to try to go through how we actually got here and all the struggles we had. So yeah, well, there are more mechanics. You can enter a different memory, right? Change states. There are what they're called defense mechanisms, which are an AI interpretation of parts of the unconscious that are like aggressive or maybe don't want to be seen. There's raw data, which is data that you can't really understand, the machine can understand, so you have to interpret it like you do in captcha codes, right? AIs are still not that good to interpret this, some out of context things. So humans are better than that. So you have to interpret this. So as you can see, these puzzle mechanics and things that happen are all kind of part of the narrative, right? There's time warps, you can move the time. There's these avatars where you take like an entity in the subconscious, etc. Right? So yeah, that's the current game. And then, so how did we get here? How did we get to this design, that this mechanics and this way to tell a story where you start exploring memories and kind of get to understand a bit about AI, about the mind, and use these concepts in the narrative and in the puzzles. So it all started with an idea, like, I don't know, currently it should be like 12 years ago, 11, which was like even coming out of college or university. I don't know how you guys call it. In Chile, it's university, I think. It started with the idea of making a game about dreams interpretation, right? I was a really big fan of psychoanalysis. And just a point-and-click adventure game with pre-rendered backgrounds, Siberia style, you know, Longest Journey style. And just a game where you go into your dreams and you have to interpret things, right? That up to a moment, that was the idea. It was evolving, and then, well, some personal story. I had to get like a full-time job for many reasons, and including having a family now. So that idea once was kind of frozen, but then it started becoming something else in my free time. And it eventually evolved into a 5-episode game where the idea was that you played 4 characters, similar to, let's say, you know, I have a mouth and I must scream, right? That's a big inspiration of this game. And the idea was that you played 5 characters, and the final character would be the character in this game, which is the psychiatrist. And the AI part were still kind of out of the game, of the idea, because I was still not really researching that. But for not being able to work on the game, it started evolving and changing as time went by. But eventually ended with a GDD, right? And I was looking for some local funds from the government. And yeah, this is like a GDD from September 2014. And it was a really amateur GDD, but you can see the machine was already designed, and there were characters, and there were 5 characters, right? One of them was Joanna, the character in this game. The idea of this version of the game, which was insanely ambitious and therefore not doable, was a game where you played 4 characters. Each one went to this psychiatrist, and they were offered a novel treatment, where instead of being like a regular psychoanalysis session, you would go into this machine that would allow you to check on your own dreams and experience them and find things about them, right? And try to, with the psychiatrist who was talking to you from outside, you would try to figure out what happened, solve puzzles, and like face your inner things, etc. So there was a kid, there was a teacher that had this repetitive dream. There was this young man that was like really unbalanced and viewed himself like a different ways. And there was Joanna, which was the episode 2, right? And the idea was that at the end you play the psychiatrist, which is Russell in the current game, and you actually face your own things, right? And the things in the different characters would actually pass on. So this was still like a very psychoanalytic game, and each character was based on different psychoanalytic studies and the reasons why, and they had either some sort of psychosis or some sort of middle life breakdown, etc., and try to find those things through entering your own dreams, right? It was insanely ambitious, and it was also ambitious because we were very passionate about this idea of looking at of being the mechanics a way to talk about things, and the mechanics themselves could be interpreted, right? So the idea was that, for example, if you were inside your head and suddenly you were like in a third person perspective, you know what like they say in a driving, when you're in a dream where you're driving, right? There's a lot of symbolism around it. There are a lot of theories, but if you have a dream about driving, it's very different if you're driving and you're driving yourself into, like, let's say a black hole, or if, let's say, your mother is driving and you're in the other seat, right? Or in the back seat even. That makes a whole lot of difference in terms of symbolism and dream interpretation. So, or what if, for example, you see yourself driving from a balcony to this black hole? So the idea was in this game to actually free themselves from this, free itself from a genre, and allow the mechanics to be vehicles of interpretation, right? Like, for example, you are going in a side, like viewing yourself in a side camera, right? And then suddenly you enter a door and it's a first person, but you see yourself really small. And then you see another first section from the eyes of another character. And what does it all mean, right? And you have to use this like small genre, limited genre changes, not genre, but mechanic changes to actually interpret and solve puzzles. That was the insanely ambitious concept. Considerably, I didn't have money. I didn't have a job. I had a full-time job. I had never made a full game. I had worked in the 3D areas of a few projects, right? But I did mainly animation and VFX for commercials. So as you can imagine, it was insanely ambitious. So, but that didn't stop us. And we went to try to do it. We make like this DVD. This is version 1, right? Then we had version 2. This is September version 3, sorry, 2015. And there's a lot more here. Of course, it was still the same idea, but now we had a more clear way of. We decided we were gonna start with Joanna because it was the story I was most interested in, and the story that actually we could make in terms of production value. Because so we decided to make one episode basically, and that was the episode of Joanna. The AI part started to come in because I worked into a few photogrammetry projects, and I realized that we could actually use photogrammetry to make a way of interpreting, like if an AI had images, fuzzy images from the brain, it could stitch them together and get to the style of of the signifier, right? And it could make a lot of sense. And it was also something that we knew how to produce, right? Which was this style, right? We could go to real places, make our own places, and then make photogrammetry, glitch photogrammetry. And that's would be a very interesting way to present memories. So when I realized I could do that, and I was just researching an AI, I said, okay, yeah, then maybe we should start with this episode and make it a first-person game and try to kind of narrow down, the game to something doable. So I made this GDD, and I designed the episode, right? I showed how the way I would do it, and a big etc. There were some dialogues in there, and we actually got some funding from the Chilean government, some art fund. It wasn't a lot of money, but it allowed me to develop this with a few people outside my full-time job. And that's a pretty fun story, the way I did that, but it's probably not for today. So we went and did a small demo, right? It was even a vertical slice that nobody has ever played because it was not good enough, right? So this version of the game, you actually played with Joanna, the main character that starts dead in the current game. And it was a bit more of the initial idea, right? You had, you played with Joanna, you started in her room, right? Well, it wasn't really finished, but it looked okay. You start with her, so suddenly you're depressed. The whole company part was a bit shallower, and this game was about going to your session that you were offered, right? That was about interpreting your own dreams, right? So you met Russell, the character you play in the current game. So we inverted the roles. I'm gonna say why. And you entered your own dreams, which was kind of the initial idea, right? So he says, like, don't worry, it's an experimental treatment, but it's not invasive. That's the reason why the machine is kind of designed that way. And you actually enter your memories, right? And here's where it got, we succeeded in making this demo. I guess we're going to release it one day, but it doesn't look good enough, to be honest. But it was way too complex, right? I'm not sure if I even going to have time to go into the details of how you play this game. But I will say that besides the design of how you explore your memories, the biggest issue, because this was all experimental, right? It was a very experimental concept. And in a way, I felt that it was really hard to prototype it without actually having some graphics. Now, with more experience, I probably could be able to do it. At that time, I wasn't able to just prototype with boxes, right? Which is a huge waste, right? To make it all look good. But there was a good decision. We decided to make assets that were, since we came from animation and VFX, we decided to make assets that were much further in time, so to speak, from that current year. I mean, we were working with, when you work in animation in VFX, you work with a lot more polygons, a lot higher textures, right? And we decided to do that, so because we knew this game was going to take long, and we decided to actually make small spaces that the levels would be like contained, so we could actually make them run. But also, if we release the game 6 years from now, the assets would still stand, so to speak, would still have a good enough value, a good enough look, right? So we really didn't waste the art we did, to be honest. We used it in the final game, so that was good. But still, it was a very experimental, sort of expensive, you could say, experiment. But also, we didn't have any financial pressure, right? I had a full-time job. Other members of the team too. There were a few interns. So yeah, we just went along with it and experimented. So before telling you why the design failed, the main reason this failed for me was that I realized that I wanted to tell a very deep story about Joanna, which if you go into the current signifier, you find out that it's a very complex and deep story. And it was so hard. I felt that I wasn't going to be able to go in deep enough by having the player agency over that character, right? By the player having agency over that character. She was too complex. She had state. She was depressed by the end of her life. There were many things that forced the way you either force the player to be one way, or you either made the character a lot less complex and detailed as I mean, or you made the story more open, so to speak, right? Which I didn't want to. I really wanted to tell this psychoanalytic story and the deep story of Joanna, right? So I realized that by being yourself, the player, it was so hard to write that would, check both boxes, give the player agency, and also tell the story. That was the biggest disappointment for me, I guess, in terms of narrative of making the game that way. And yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, kind of known, like first person. I mean, player characters are usually like a blank canvas, or are a bit more adaptable, or at least are about the player. Like maybe they are not a blank canvas, but at least the player decides their story, what they make the decisions, right? So they can kind of have some agency, right? And that's why most games have like more neutral, so to speak, characters. But I still wanted to try, and I guess I was like, I don't know, still learning. And yeah, I mean, that was the biggest mistake, so to speak. And there's still games that try to do it, and some of them you could say also succeed. But I didn't find it like that I could go deep enough, right? So, and the design, there was also mistakes there. You had this memory reconstruction. The design just asked too much from the player. It was interesting. We had some good feedback from some people, but for the general audience, it was just too much, too demanding. It was like you had these rooms in the memory that you had these anomalies that the machine could interpret. So some of them only had space, but some of them also had time. And the ones that had time could be put, this represented time, the duplicated memory. It was space, right? So if you put this one that had time, you could actually put it up here and then interpret the anomalies, and the memory would reconstruct, and you would get like a different reconstruction based on where you put it, you place this emotional data in time and in space, right? So there were like exponential amount of reconstructions here that was like a huge creative challenge. It was fun, like contained. It was kind of fun to explore a bit what happened. And the idea was that if you place these things, you could start figuring out what the ring meant, what the doghouse meant, right? And by placing in different moments and time, right? And as you interpreted them and reconstructed the anomalies, the memory, you could see what happened and take pictures. And Russell was talking to you like from outside the machine. You were trying to make sense of things, and then it got a bit scary. There were defense mechanisms, and it was kind of a puzzle interpretation game, right? Where you have to really interpret what things meant. And after you finish your session with the memory, that became every time a bit more interesting. You actually went outside of the machine and you had an interview and you had to actually interpret, like show you understood, right? You gotta wrap up? Sorry? Okay. So yeah, this game failed basically, but it was a great experience. We learned a lot, and these were like some stories from the very first iteration of the game. Before that, and eventually, with that experience, we decided to invert. Yeah, this is me and my friend who's a psychoanalyst. We would get together and discuss the character stories. And eventually, after that experience, we decided to switch the characters, and the AI themes went a lot stronger, right? And when we switched the characters, and being Russell, the researcher, like a bit more neutral, and Joanna being the one you had to investigate, and she was also already dead, it allowed for this powerful mystery, and really the big mystery of investigating her, what happened to her, and it became more of a thriller, and it added all this excitement that was missing from the game while still playing with the concepts, right? So yeah, I would love to go a bit deeply on how it evolved into this concept and these mechanics, but that's kind of the story of how it evolved. There was a lot of research on how the characters would dress, the places they would live, and yeah, but the key thing was turning the main character, right? Like making the player choose another character, and we added this like sort of police thriller part to make it more exciting. And the concepts, we polished them, and the mechanics, we polished them a lot to actually be more intuitive and more fun, while being the mystery, the driving force, right? And that was the key things that made the game actually successful. And when we tested it, finally, it says, okay, we realized that we had a right somewhere special. And yeah, and then the story evolves into developing the full game, and a publisher, etc. So yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you for the call. I don't know if there's time for any questions, but happy to answer from the outside too. All right. Thank you very much.
right, welcome to our next panel. Staging play, we're going to talk about video games and theater, precisely about how video games and participatory theater performances, what they have in common, where the differences, we're going to explore them, discuss them. We also have a look on some material, we want to watch some trailers, and we have some awesome artists with us.
Yes, and this is where I come in. So thank you very much for joining in. And I would very much like to introduce one of our two wonderful artists that we're going to discuss the topic today with, and that would be Leonie Vögelin. Leonie has been a recent graduate of the MA program Spiel und Objekt at the Hochschule für Schauspielkunst Ernst Busch in Berlin, which is we have very long business cards. And she's also an Elsa Neumann Fellow, and she is doing research and development of participatory theater pieces together with Anna Vera Kelle as Vera Vögelin. And she will be showing us some of the work that she's done pre-COVID. And we'll be discussing ways in which that is similar to video games or not. So thank you very much for being here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for introducing me. That was wonderful.
Also with us is Sophia Donderer. She's been working for the past 5 years at Studio Fispin as a game designer. And Studio Fispin is an independent game studio based in Berlin and Ludwigsburg. And you just released, or a few weeks ago, you released the, I think it's fantastic, Minute of Islands game. And Sophia is the lead game designer of it, so she will be able to tell us everything about it. We have plenty of questions to ask. And Minute of Island, I played it, I really liked it. It's basically a narrative adventure game, and I think it's about how hard it is to be a chosen one. Is that correct? And welcome.
Absolutely. Hi, and thanks for having me. And yeah, maybe we should just start with the trailer.
Yeah, let's have a look at
Jump right in, I guess. Yes.
Yeah.
4 brothers, bound by eternal purpose. They all broke at the same time. And a girl named Mo. She knows what must be done. When the blight first came, people began to panic. And now, the spores are taking hold of whatever remains. Mo's family is still here, however. She has been tasked to protect them. After all, she is the bearer of the Omniswitch.
Minute of Islands.
So that is Minute of Islands.
Perfect. I do have some questions. So my background is from theater. I do teach in a theater school. And one of the things that I find particularly interesting with people that make single-player narrative-driven video games, as we have mentioned, is the question is, why did you decide to make it a video game instead of like making an animated movie? Like, what is the reason that you want people to have choices in the game?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting question. And I think it's mostly because it's more immersive, because Mo, our protagonist, is doing stuff you can understand, but you really don't want to do it. But in the game, you kind of have to, because you really are the protagonist in a way, but you can't control her, and you're really feeling her pain and her struggles. And yeah, I think it's really a really powerful tool to tell stories, because you're just not like, oh well, okay, sad story, bye, but you have actually to do all this stuff.
you were mentioning that there's an interesting mix of roles that you have as a player, where to some extent you are the protagonist, but to some extent you're really not the protagonist because they're clearly different of you. And I was wondering, when you, in theater, we have very clear like roles for people. There's like directors, and then there's actors, and then there's the audience. And if you would have to use like theater, a theater language to describe what the role of the player would be, would you say they're more of a director or more of like an actor? Do they act out the story?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, it really depends on the game, but I'll focus on our game. And I think when you start playing, you really think you are like the actor and sort of the director, because you still think you can influence things because you are moving around and do stuff. But there's a point really early where you can decide to take a bottle of wine, but then you realize that Mo has her own plans, and she just says, I have no time for it, and just put it back. And that's where the roles like switch a bit. And I think you're more like a spectator maybe, because you can influence some things, but in the end you never can change the result.
So it's a bit like you're exploring through the protagonist.
Yeah, mostly you're seeing everything through her eyes. You have like a narrator who is telling what she's thinking and feeling and stuff. So you really, it's a bit like reading maybe, because you know more about her than you can see, but you are not really her.
And then how do you, as a game designer, when you're in theater, when you're a playwright, you are supposed to tell the story through the actions of other people, that the audience will then kind of make their own mind out about it. But you're designing like problem spaces for people. How do you go about, like, is it something that you find interesting as a problem, or is it something that you want people to experience so that you tell something about a world or a character? Like, how do you go about designing these problem spaces?
Yeah, again, it depends on the game, but for Minute of Islands, it was mostly, I was thinking, okay, I know how Mo is and how she should feel, and we want to create a space where the player feels kind of the same. So, for example, she is the chosen one, but she really struggled with that, and she is not really strong or anything, so she can't jump very high, or she is really slow, and she is some things are too heavy for her, or too high up, and things like that. So we really focused on the whole world. It's more like our world building is like the inner world of Mo. Yeah.
And it's funny that you mentioned world building, because it's in the way we teach, it's a word that we kind of circumvent to not really. And I think it's something that might come up later on in discussion as well. So usually when you design theatrical experience, it's more about like the individual struggles. And this is like very broad, obviously, and there's many different ways to do theater, which we'll also touch on later on. But usually the standard template for narrative design would be that you like follow a protagonist through a world, and world building kind of works a little bit different in that sense for video games, and it's something that's used a lot when you design video games, and it's used kind of very little, or at least I have heard people use the word very little in a theatrical context. So maybe you could tell us a little bit how the different lens that you put on when you say you're building a world that you navigate through as a player, as opposed to just like having narrative beats.
It's hard. Okay.
I know that was kind of convoluted. Sorry about that.
I mean, first of all, we had our story, and we're like, okay, we had those narrative beats, and so should we design everything around it? And then, I mean, there are more lenses than only the narrative, because you also have to find like something. It should stay interesting for the player, so it has to get a bit harder with the time and stuff. And also, you have to create the world the player like understands and knows how to do stuff, and has to feel really clever, because we don't explain it, but you're like, okay, we do explain it by building our levels. So it's like we put like markers for, okay, here you can go, but you really shouldn't. You shouldn't see them and say, they put that to help me, but just like, okay, I'm navigating through this, and I do. We try to make the players do what we want them to do, but without them noticing. Mostly, yeah.
They're trying to manipulate people.
Yeah, that's basically what we do most of the time.
I remember one riddle, and I didn't feel that clever when trying.
Yeah, then we failed.
But that's something else.
Spoilers? Or?
No, it was just hard.
Okay.
I don't want to say anything else about it.
What we've seen in the trailer definitely is how beautiful the world looks. And so one of the big differences that we have in theater, we usually don't have, depending on the budget that you have, but you usually don't have like enormous amounts of different stages that people go through. So there's a lot of like abstraction that we use to tell stories in like a very reduced stage set. And here in video games, you have the possibility to really have the environment, as you were describing, speak. How did you, like, what was your main thing? Did people start drawing environments, and that's how kind of you started defining the action space and the conflicts and the different things that are happening? Or did the narrative kind of design that?
Yeah, sort of both of them, but mostly it was like, we knew, okay, so in Middle of Islands you are visiting several islands, like 5, 6, I'm not sure. But then we knew, okay, there are a few things that has to happen on this island, and then we started to put like the things where the important story beats and whatever would be happening, and then our artists draw things, and then we were like, oh, that's cool, we could use it back. So it was back and forth, and it's really, I mean, we have been about, I think, 20 people sometimes, and everybody just put in their ideas, and then we were like, it fits, if we adapt it a bit, we can do it like this, and it was really I don't know, we were just talking a lot, because we all had the vision in our head of the story and what we wanted to tell.
And would you say that's a bit like rehearsing? Like where you come together and you try stuff out, and then you look at it?
Yeah, of course, because we have like a first version, and then we have a second, and 10th, and 20th, and there's a lot. I mean, we did like material for 5 games doing that, but it's just you just keep the important stuff.
But I guess one big difference is that your production times are very different. So how long did you work on Minute of Islands?
We worked on it about 3 years.
Okay.
But it's really it really depends. And like I said, it was much bigger before, but we had to shrink it permanently because we don't have endless time.
One very interesting thing that I thought about that was also quite visible in the trailer is how close you are to the protagonist in most of the scenes. Like there's, was that like, what sort of choice, why did you make that choice? Because usually you have like a much more wide angle view on most of the landscapes so that you
I think there are several reasons, but one is that usually we have those outlines and a lot of things happening in the screen the whole time. So we had to make sure that you always see the important stuff and see more. And also it's because you are really in like her shoes, she can't see that far. So it's just you see what she's seeing, and we do have a lot of camera action in our game too. So when she is looking at something, the camera moves right there and goes back, and and it's also so the player doesn't get lost because you just see what you should see at this moment.
That is kind of interesting that you mentioned that, because one of the main things that comes up, or that came up like a couple of years ago when everybody was discussing VR and the similarities or differences to theater, and one of the things that really didn't quite work out with theater's streaming was that in theater, you as an audience have the choice where you are going to look. And as a director, you can very much play with this choice. Like, how do you draw attention? It's also something that as an actor or an actress, it's something that you're learning, like how can you draw focus from people. And here you have like technical systems that do that for you, or story beats that do that for you.
Yeah, I mean, we still, when we are drawing the background, I think we still do the same, and they're like, this is more important, so give it a brighter color, for example, like that one. And but we are using the camera much more because it's like, okay, we mostly know where the view will be. So.
And as a game designer, would you say that you are like a director, where like you see the different things and you make these decisions of no, people should really focus on this one now, or people should be able to do like? How would you describe your role?
Yeah, I mean, we had a game director actually, so we do have the role. But when I was designing puzzles or stuff, I still am doing this because I have to know, okay, first you have to realize this part, and then you have to make the connection, and how do I explain it to the player by just building the stage, more or less. So sort of it's the role of a director, I think.
And I have one last question. This is actually quite exciting to be able to like compare like structural stuff. And so one of the things that we talk about a lot in our school is like when you enter a scene, and then you kind of, as an actor, you're supposed to know like where are you coming from, where do you want to go, and what is the thing that's holding you back. And that is kind of how you structure this. This is very like basic stuff. Usually you become a bit more artistic with this over the course of like staging a play. But is there something similar? Like when you say that you design puzzles, do you have like similar lenses or ideas where you're like, okay, what do people that play this know? What is going to be the thing that is going to be communicated with this?
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you enter a scene, you should immediately see like the problem and know, okay, so that's what I have to do, and then you can go further and do other stuff, but in your head you still know, okay, at the end of this, that's where I want to go. And we also do like, I forgot what I wanted to say. But
don't worry.
Probably.
Yeah, cool. So thank you very much. This has been incredibly interesting to have like the different types of structures. And I feel like there's a lot of similarities. I mean, the words are maybe different, but the way we apply like basic design fundamentals seems to be quite similar.
Yeah. Yes, now we get the chance to see something else and to compare it a bit to each other and find some differences and what they have in common. And maybe we can even talk a bit about how translate one thing to the other thing. But I think we have some more to show, right?
Yes.
Of Futopolis.
Yeah.
Yes, there is also a trailer which we can have a look at now. I
think it's coming right up now.
A warm welcome to everybody to first World in Motion online game jam, which is a collaboration between Amaze and the
Four brothers, bound by eternal purpose. They all broke at the same time.
Trailer. There's one video that's called Futopolis. We're just quickly checking with the... Oh, so you didn't copy it? I heard the music when...
I haven't been able to experience it.
I have to explain, but I hear myself twice.
Yeah.
Which is a bit tricky. Okay, so I try to explain. So it was, the background is more a theater background, but we designed the game, or you can also call it a simulation of society, where it was about justice and the distribution of justice.
Resources.
Yes,
Both.
Verteilungsgerechtigkeit.
Yes.
Distributional, yeah, something like that. So you had a little society which was played by the people who participated in the theater piece, if you want to call it like this. So there were 60 people and they came into the space and they got a role they could enact. And then they were different actors of this society and had their own agencies. And so we only designed the setup and the structure of the game, but it was not scripted what would happen next. But it was that all the actors had different knowledge, pieces of knowledge on how is this society working. So and then we had like a government. It was really like a society. We had a government. We had 2 factories, and we had a press, a kiosk, a school, and some private investors, which were not really clear what they do. But you could all figure it out, or just play it, and then the people in the space would actually do the play or decide.
They would play it out.
Yes, they would play it out, and then you see what turned out in the end.
So would you call it, so what is it, if you have to decide, is it a game, a simulation, a theater performance, or all of it together?
Well, I think all of it together, but...
It's great.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
You did bring some stuff, so we can give an idea of what people were having to do. I'm very excited about this because I played it.
But it's a bit sticky because, so I will just distribute this.
Yes.
Because as I mentioned, we had 2 factories in the society, and their job was, so the government was getting the resource. I mean, they collected it, and then the factory 1 had to buy the resource, and the resource was sugar. And the factory 2, which we are enacting now, was in charge of make it smaller. And
refining the resource.
Yes.
How did you decide who starts where? Or was that...
Who starts where?
Yeah, who gets which job to begin with?
The people decide by themselves. So we had like a pool of roles, and we asked like who want to be this or that, or they just entered and took one, put it as a sticker, and then they entered the space and started to read what, or have a look what is on the desk and what is there, and then they start to act, or I mean not act, but to play, kind of. And then they soon figured out like, okay, my job is to make this smaller, but I don't have the sugar, so I have to go to the government and get the sugar. And the government was like, oh shit, we have to get the knowledge from the school. Okay, so they went to school, and so it was a whole circle, and yes, all was dependent on each other.
So now we can make some money.
Yes, you can make some money if you make it small.
Okay.
Then you can put it in this little boxes, because that was
like this.
Yes, like this. It's very loud.
There will be so loud.
It reminds me of this book, Bullshit Jobs by David Graeber.
Yes, I got the bullshit job.
Is it too loud?
You can stand it, I think.
Yeah, it's working.
But at the same time, I could do this all day. I feel like it's very easy manual labor.
That's nice.
Probably not very well paid. Yeah. Very grating.
Yes, very thick. But there was also one person who was the leader of the company, and soon the factory worker figured out that this is a shit job. So they started to overthrow the leaders and start to make the factory working as a collective.
Ah,
stuff
okay.
Like this. Yes.
They have plenty of money.
Yeah.
That
would be great.
So basically, it's a very playful experience, right? Was it the idea from the beginning to have something based on, and we're talking about game mechanics here, right? was that the basis of it, to create something based on game mechanics, or was it more like about how to represent the topic of distribution and justice and social interaction?
Yes, so the question was how can we make it, how can we make that the people who are playing it, or like the audience can experience it. So, and that's where we decided we want to have it as a game, so the people really can participate and like experience it by themselves, in terms of if they make this decision, they are in charge of the decision, and then they figured out, okay, this was maybe not the smartest decision, but I get the money now, so I'm the rich one. But then they figured out, okay, I'm the rich one, but now the other one are mad at me, so we have to sort things out differently. So it was really the intention to make it as an experience, to show this topic.
And what I find super interesting is that the game keeps going on, right? But
Yes.
the people will change.
Yes, exactly. So after about 60 minutes, 60? 1 hour, there was a change. So the people who were playing this situation, they put everything down and left it like it was at this state of the game, and wrote some tips or hints for the next generation. And then the next 60 player came and took the tools and the factory workers start working. And also because someone else already touched it, they were not so much afraid to start. So in the second round, they always started quite faster. And then they started and just did the same things, or they did it differently. But they can read like, those other, I mean, I also wrote this, and I have it on a sheet. You can have it.
So they telling, okay.
So this is the sheet the people who left wrote down for the next generation.
So they telling me here how many coins are left? 9 in this case, and they went on the street for more money. That's very progressive. And they ate, and they drank, and they slept, and they worked a lot. And the government didn't do anything. That's interesting.
And
It's a
so-
bit like a video game.
And so it also happened that the press was walking around and distributed some media, like newspapers.
Yeah.
And so
there's the strike.
Yeah.
they called out for, okay, we have to strike now because nothing is happening. Yes.
Wow.
So a lot of
Was
things
this played sitting down? Like were people sitting and discussing?
No. It was a whole room full of a lot of people, like, and it was really fun and loud as well. But it was okay. And I think because of the people had their role to fit in or to fill out or to play out, they were also not afraid to take part or to act. Take action. Yeah.
How long did it last? The whole thing?
The whole thing? We most of the times we played 3 rounds, and after the third, everything was like on the. They destroyed everything, and the capital was all at the kiosk, and they had a monopoly, or it was all at the private investors, because you could also rent apartments, and these were in a VR, so you can. That's why they say, okay, we slept, we ate, because you can really get these things. At the kiosk you could eat, there you can have your apartment in the VR, but it was, in the end, it was...
So society didn't work out when people kind of negotiated it themselves?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know why.
We planned it to work perfectly, but they just don't distribute. So equal. I don't know. But it was fun.
And do I have to be part of it? So when I come around and the experience is going on, do I have to play it, or can I sit on the sideline and just watch it like I watch someone playing a video game, for example, or as I would just go to the theater or opera?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
because we decided against, because we thought that it should be an experience and the people should participate and do it as a whole group. And I think it would have disturbed the flow of the game very much if people were just on the side watching the others and maybe judging, or I don't know. It's just that if you have somebody watching you, like physically, like there, then you are not as free maybe to play out these roles. I think so.
Yeah.
And so we decided against it. And I mean, there were people who said, "Oh, can I just sit there and have a look?" And we were like, "No, but you can participate." And then they said, "Okay, but give me something that's not too crazy." And we're like, "Okay, go to the factory." And sometimes, I mean, in the factory they had shifts, and you could have a break. But some people were just, "No, I have to work. I have to work. I have to work." They did not stop work, and yes, I don't know, their choice.
Sounds like real world to me.
There's something interesting in reenacting, I think. Reenacting something that you kind of do or you kind of don't experience in the real world, but now you have the power to change things, I feel. And I was wondering, you decided to tell like a story that is not based on like real politics or real events, but more in an abstract way. Would you be interested in like making a much more, you know, I mean, theater is often very real and gritty and dirty and, you know, getting down to the meat of people. Why do you think video games are more fluffy in that way?
I think there are video games that are doing the same, but for us it just was, we wanted like a personal story. Everybody in the team could really relate, so we more focused on the feeling for the players should get. And I think it's sometimes it's hard because video games are not, for me video games are art, but not for everyone. So if you do something something that could be difficult, it's really hard in video games because the people are, "Oh no, you can't say that," and they don't understand your message or something. So I think most of the people are a bit more careful with video games.
I don't know when you've last been to the theater, but theater audiences are very, you know, I mean, they're like, "Oh, you can't do that." They leave the room, and then, so.
Yeah, but I think it's more common sense that theater is art, and for video games it's still a long way to go, sadly. But yeah, it will change, hopefully.
And do you feel like there was something personal? Like, I'm just trying to like switch things around in the way that you've told this like large-scale meta-society discussion. Did you have like, what were your personal choices when you designed this problem space?
Well, I don't know if I understood the question right. My personal, I liked we had an assembly line, but I think that's not the question.
Well, I mean, you choose to have an assembly line, yeah.
Okay, so what the personal choice was, I don't know, to keep them busy all the time and to make them comfortable that they always, that they always can do something if they want to do something, and to negotiate in their role, so they don't have to be XY and I will do this. No, they have their role. I'm now the factory worker, and as a factory worker, I can say this. So that was very important to me, I think. Yes.
Would you be interested in designing like more large-scale multiplayer things at some point?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's really interesting when you don't have to design everything by yourself, but just open like a playground and observe what the players are doing, mostly like you did. So it's, I would love to one day.
Sounds more like an open world game to me. What would you say from a game designer perspective?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, it's like I played Factorio some time again. It's like a bit like that, but with multiplayer and stuff. And I think, it's interesting because people can communicate, but in games it's still, I think, sometimes a bit because it's online. The people are more, they say what they think, and they are not very polite. And so multiplayer games online are still, you can't just say, okay, you go out. Yes. Because it's hard to control. But I would really love to do multiplayer games because, like I said, the most interesting is if your players can create their own world, they can explore it. And
I think also what, like we always had the space afterwards to let the people, if they were, I don't know, did not feel that much comfortable, or I don't know, some of the government were like, I was just, I don't know. And so they could afterwards come together and discuss things. And that was like a very important part of the whole situation, even though it was after the game, because then the people could discuss, oh, I did that, but I'm sorry, I took all the money of you. I did not want it, but it happened. So they could afterwards talk about what happened. And this is not so easy in online games.
Yeah, that's really cool because personally, I am a bit afraid of joining online games because I don't know the people and I can't see them. It's just a name. I'm a bit afraid of them, but yeah.
Do you think it would be possible, though, to translate something like this kind of theatric performance experience you experience in one room with so many people around you to a game, an online game?
Yeah, of course, I think because they're the mechanics, I think you can just translate them to the online thing. It's just the communication part you have to redesign a bit, but I think it would work, yeah.
But I think one of the things, you said that just now, this idea of like you don't have control or you're having control is like is a very interesting thing because it's also something that in theater you work with this, you kind of want to control everything, but you also kind of want to make every time you play the piece a little bit different. And so I find this very interesting how the two of you are dealing with control, like how much can you control how the player is doing stuff, or how much can you or do you want to control on how people are playing your thing. Yeah, we just got a sign that we should stop.
We don't have control. We don't have the time,
we're out of control in a weird way. So yeah, I guess thank you very, very much for coming and for talking about your wonderful projects. And then is there something that we can play from you anytime soon?
I mean, you can play Minute of Island out. You've seen in the trailer. Yeah.
And how about you? Can we experience Futopolis at some point?
Well, 60 people now, but maybe next year.
Okay.
Well, I have some more work to do.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you all for watching.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Gerion, and we're all really glad that you're here with us today. Next up is something that is especially special to me, which I'm especially excited for. Because, you know, I think a lot of the people who are tuning in today are creators. And we all get our inspiration, our creativity from different spaces, from different places, be that meeting new people, be that going to different countries, experiencing different cultures.
Can you hear me well?
Sadly, that's been a bit difficult during the last few years, hasn't it? And for that, we have now a really great panel that is going to discuss exactly that. It's called Staying Creative During the Pandemic, and we're going to be joined by 4 fabulous people. We're going to be joined by Claudia Molinari, who is a 2D artist and creative director. We're going to have Harry Phillips, a professional keyboard player, and Raphael de Courville, who's a creative coder and designer, all moderated by Anya Combs, who has worn many different hats in the games industry and has gotten insights into many creative processes. I'm really excited to hear how they have dealt with the challenges of the past 2 years and what they learned from that. I hope you'll enjoy this one. So Anya, take it away.
Oh, and we're live. Cool. Awesome. I did not hear that. I'm so sorry. Cool. Well, hi, everyone. Welcome to the Trying to Stay Creative During COVID panel. Thanks to everybody at Amaze for having us. I'm pretty excited to chat with everybody today. So I wanted to just quickly start with a round of introductions. So if you want to give us your name, what you do, your pronouns, and I don't know, some random fun fact about yourself. So why don't we start with, actually, let's start with Harry.
Hi, everybody. I'm Harry Phillips. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a professional sousaphone player based out of New York City.
Claudia.
Hi there. My name is Claudia Molinari. My pronouns are she, her. I am co-founder of a game studio based in Milan called We Are Muesli.
Awesome. Raphael?
Yeah, hello, I'm Raphael de Courville. I'm an artist and designer from France. I also do some live streaming since this year, and creative coding is also my thing, and I host the creative code building meetups.
Cool. And I'm Anya. I'm the director of games at Kickstarter. I use she, her pronouns. And I am nothing more than a moderator today, which is such a delight, instead of having to be on and yell about Kickstarter and tell everybody how to build a community. So I'm excited to not have to do that for once in a speaking situation. And this is Turbo. He's very cute. Cool. So the first question that I had, and I think this is such a good combination of people with music and games and visual art and creative coding, which I don't actually know what that is. So that's definitely a question I'm going to ask you at some point. But I think one of the things that has been really challenging through the last 16 months or so is just the pure isolation, especially as creative people trying to work in a creative space that sort of requires a lot of in-person conversation and connection and essentially like that's kind of how we are creative with each other, right? So how has this impacted your work? I actually want to start with Raphael for this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, since last March, I've had my little personal Bo Burnham room here and situation. So yeah, things have gotten weird and different. At first, I was working remotely, and then I quit the studio that I co-founded in August and started kind of this weird explorative phase. I think many of us who had the luxury to do so got into, and yeah, I tried out many different things. I had phases where I was creative, phases where I was definitely not, and maybe we get to talk about that.
I actually saw on your site, or maybe it was a link tree, that you had like 7 things listed that you do. Was that partially sort of adapting because of the pandemic, or was it just like, I want to do all the things at once? Has that always been like an objective of yours?
Well, it's more accidental than an objective, I would say. I have many different interests. I never managed to really, hone in on just one. So I mean, a few just cropped up during the lockdowns. But yeah, I'm still not entire. I still haven't entirely resolved that exploration, and yeah, still in a phase of discovering what I want to do next. And yeah, as I said again, I feel extremely privileged to be able to do this, even though mentally speaking, we'll talk about this later, I guess. But yeah, it's been pretty tough. But yeah, I found creativity was a necessary thing, to like a survival strategy almost, and the consequence of that is many different directions and things that I've been doing.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Claudia, how's that isolation affected you?
Well, it kind of affected me quite a lot, because I have to say that it happened in 2020, but my life pretty changed in 2019. I opened my studio, and at the same time, I had my first child. So when I entered 2020, and I also work with my partner, so you can see all this three dimension completely like moving towards one single pie. So it was really hard to work, and also to kind of accept your life change as also like a parent. So and keep your stability and mental health, but it's an issue we're going to talk about later on. So but it also at the same time was, I know it sounds a little bit strange, but it also was such a relief in a way. Like for one moment, for one time in my life, I stopped doing everything. Like you couldn't go out. Normally my life, it's like a lot of travels and a lot of things and a lot of countries to see here and then, and having this moment, above all April 2020, was so peaceful that for one moment I couldn't believe that it kind of felt that the world paused, literally, like when you press pause. And that's my feeling for that.
I actually really appreciate that perspective. I think that's something that doesn't get discussed as much, which I think it's simplistic to say like this sucks, right? Like us all being sort of isolated alone from each other, it sucks. But not to say that there's a positive outcome of a global pandemic by any means, but I think being forced to take a little bit of time to sort of reassess and like take time for yourself, I think that there's two different perspectives that can happen there. One is you can get sort of bogged down with like, I'm so used to filling all my time. And the other is, it is a little bit nice to have the forced time to yourself to be like, I finally get to just press pause on my life for a little bit, right? It's really interesting.
When the pandemic happened in Milan, because this is where I'm based, it was at the end of February, and I remember that day we were literally with our luggage ready to go to Rome and then to go to Paris, and suddenly everything got cancelled, and I had like it's like if time expanded for like a moment. Like I had like, whoa, a week of nothing. So and having all these changes like child and company and blah blah blah, that's something that I keep jealous. Like that memory is something that I want to pass on in the future. Like, yeah, it was a very bad, but the city was quiet, no sounds, no rumors and things. So I really liked it. I mean, I really liked it.
Yeah,
it was a joy. No, it was liked with a lot of this.
Yeah, it's a forced moment of reflection, which I think that's okay. Yeah. I'm so interested to hear what Harry has to say about this. Just Harry, so full disclosure, Harry and I are really good friends, and so I know a lot about Harry more than Raphael and Claudia. So I might throw him a couple weird, funny questions just for he and I. But how has the isolation affected you, Harry?
I feel like I had a very similar experience to Claudia. But my perspective wasn't so much that I had that things stopped and that time was free. It was just that I was the master of my own destiny. Like, I feel like a lot of my life I'm beholden, even though I'm a freelancer and I work for myself. Uh, if I feel like as a freelancer, you're often more beholden to other people because you aren't really working day to day with these people and building relationships. You go in, you do a job, often requires a lot of preparation. I've got to memorize all the music I learn. It's often stuff I'll play once or twice, and it's got to be perfect. And I found before COVID, I spent a lot of time traveling and learning music that I was being paid to learn. Like not stuff that um, I wanted to do at that moment. And when COVID hit, it actually was like a huge opportunity for me. And I think for a lot of people, just to take risks and kind of do what they wanted to do. I really wanted to spend a lot of time practicing and honing my craft. I took on a few really big practicing projects. Um, I feel like I became a much better musician in the process. And I, I heard on a TikTok somebody was quoting a Hank Green book recently, saying that where you spend your time online is the space that you live. And I felt like everybody was living in these spaces with specialized interests. Um, I feel like I spent a lot of time in my own little tuba community, and just with the big shakeup of the George Floyd protests and the whole huge cultural shift here, I was able to connect with people in my community on a level I was never able to connect with them before, and also be uh, help shape the conversation. And like people were unafraid to speak out last summer because they didn't have any jobs, didn't have any coworkers they were worried about pissing off, or any employers they were worried about pissing off. It really gave them freedom to be themselves, I feel. And now everybody's grown into these different people, and we really know each other a lot better. And I like Anya can tell you, like, I was able to cultivate this really awesome community centered around tuba memes. This was just like a little hobby I had before COVID. And now within my professional community, I'm the tuba meme guy. And I have a lot of power in control, steering conversations a certain way, and what I have to say and things I have to speak on now hold a lot of weight because of the respect I was able to garner from my community by just being me.
That's actually a great, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
go ahead.
That's actually a great segue into my second question, which is specifically utilizing digital platforms as a way to foster communication when we're basically beholden to our homes. And that was something I wanted to ask you specifically about, Harry, was the tuba videos and meme Discord. And to just kind of bring that back to games a little bit too, Harry has created this incredible community of low brass and some non-low brass musicians like myself, where we've gotten together and we've created relationships through specifically playing Among Us. What's sort of been your experience with that, sort of like managing this online community, and also like keeping it afloat, as someone who historically has sort of been out, in the streets playing?
Yeah. So it definitely, first off, I had the time to create the groundwork for this community. And really, you know, I think before COVID, it was this very, very small, few hundred person community. Then it several times over expanded in membership growth. And anytime any community sees a lot of growth, you're going to see a widening of opinions on certain issues. And I think it it's really tough for a lot of people to deal with like really right-wing fascist ideologies coming into their communities, because it happens. And for as long as there is fascism and are fascists, they will try to take up space in anywhere they can try to take up. So um, you know serious conversations had to be had, lines drawn in the sand, resources made available to people. Like I spent a lot of time with my moderator team sending them ContraPoints videos, you know, trying to get them familiar with the philosophical ideals that I wanted to run with this community, and like why we are making certain moderation decisions in our discussions. Um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I kind of got off tangent. Maybe
No,
Anya
that's
can help
okay.
me.
That's okay. So I mean, I think specifically what I'm really interested in hearing about is, um, how has creating a space for people who don't know each other, and essentially we all kind of do that. We've all done that specifically through playing, a social deduction game like Among Us, which
Right.
could potentially, like, the whole game is basically accusing each other of murder, and that could go off the rails so quickly, right? Like,
Yeah.
especially as someone like yourself who is not in the games industry but likes games, plays games, is a fan of games, is a gamer, but that's about as far as it goes because that's not your professional life. How have
Yeah.
you been able to create a space that's like safe and good and interesting as a like non-games professional?
Well, I think the really cool thing is, like, first off, Among Us is a genius game. Uh, I think that is also a cultural shifting game. I think it asks a lot of really interesting philosophical questions about trial by jury and crime and punishment and justice. But yeah, it's like we'd already cultivated this community and everybody had known each other kind of on a surface level. But when we had started playing Among Us, um, we had really created a tight knit community of friends. And I had already been like trying to beg everybody I know, like, please play Among Us with me. It's really fun. It's this amazing game. Everybody, but my group of 30, 40-year-olds musician friends aren't really into that. We really got to humanize each other, I feel like, through that game, playing on the Discord channel. We got to see each other's faces, hear each other's voices. Really, really, I feel like a lot of online interactions dehumanize people. And playing this game really humanizes people. And it's a really great way to get to know someone by putting them in a place that's like out of their comfort zone, in a really, really safe environment. Like, there's no stakes, nobody's getting hurt. It's all for fun. And everybody can just really connect on a level. And we found that we weren't really there to play the game with each other. We were there to talk to each other. And I think that was a big part of going back to the isolation thing. That was a big part, I think, what got me personally through a lot of isolation. I didn't feel, like, of course, everybody has trauma from friends and family lost due to COVID and just the world changing. But what I felt like really helped me keep my sanity intact was the fact that I had this really close group of friends that, it was almost like we were going out, hanging out at the bar, like a few nights a week, and really, really connecting with each other on a deep level.
We even got my mom involved at one point.
Yeah,
so.
we did.
So Raphael, kind of the same question, but specifically, as I'm super curious here because I see so many. Hi, Betty. I see you. So many, so many digital spaces that you exist in. I kind of have a couple questions about you being a Twitch streamer. Is that a platform that you were like super familiar with before COVID? Is that a way that you've sort of like migrated over to create more community? How is it that being a Twitch streamer has been such a prevalent part of your creative existence with COVID?
Yeah, it wasn't at first. I started in February, I believe. I was involved in an online cohort, something called Hyperlink, very interesting community, and they create online courses, but it's very community driven. Initially I wanted to do YouTube tutorials. I'm much more active on YouTube, actually, to answer your question. I watch way too many YouTube videos, as many of us do, but it's becoming a problem. So I've been always wanting to also create content, even though I don't like the word content that much, but I guess that's how we call this now. And I'm not sure why I picked Twitch, even though I wasn't really using it or watching people on Twitch that much, but it seemed like the right platform to engage with a chat and with people. YouTube doesn't really do that very well, it seems, and Twitch has really that thing down. And same with Discord. So I also started a Discord server, like many people starting on Twitch do, and we have this small community growing. It was very interesting for me to hear what Harry has to say about what seems like next stages for growing a community. I'm not at the point where I have to deal with ideological battles. So I hope it will go smoothly if it does get to that point. But anyway, yeah, I think also to answer the more general question of how we use digital platforms, also to like, well, I don't know if it's to say stay creative, but keep our sanity. I was hosting lunches on Jitsi, so kind of Zoom alternative, open source. And so every day at the same time at 12:30, I think, or at 12, we were meeting a small group. I would be cooking and we would be just talking with whoever was there that day. And what I loved was that after some point, there were times where I had to go to work and I couldn't attend the lunch. And the few times that happened, the lunch still went on and people were still joining and having lunch together. So that was great. And games were also really helpful. I mean, we're in a game festival or playfulness festival. So yeah, I have these two friends I used to play PUBG Mobile with, and it, as Harry was saying, it's like the game is more of a transitional object that lets you do something while you talk. It's like also tabletop games have the same function. It kind of deals with the awkward silences that might be in the conversation. At least there's a red line that something you have to do, a task or anything. And PUBG is really well designed for this, I feel. At least it was. That yeah, there's a lot of moments of downtime where nothing happens and you're just looking for the next fight. I'm not big on FPS games. I just played it because my friends were playing it. But yeah, it has this really kind of, you're just walking through the countryside with your friends and talking, and sometimes you get shot, but that's kind of incidental. I enjoyed the promenade aspect of it more almost.
Yeah.
And yeah, we tried different things, and I also feel like I made new friends, or I met people on a deeper level who I wasn't that close friends before, just because we were using the same platforms. Like some people were into VR, and I didn't know them that well before, and we started going into Rec Room together and having pizza parties there. And so I got to know them better because we were on the same platform. So I think the logic of by which people, like very much like what Harry was saying, the Hank Green quote, that yeah, we meet where we are, and so you get to know people better because they just happen to hang out in the same digital spaces that you do, just like it would happen if you go to the same bar in town, but bars were closed, so we went to VR or this or that game. And yeah, I felt
Cool.
like it really shifted completely my social circles in radical way.
Yeah. Claudia, I'm super curious here, especially knowing that you live in Milan, where a totally different experience of sort of dealing with lockdowns and things like that. How have you sort of migrated or used any sort of digital platforms, not only as like a visual and narrative artist, but also just to keep that connection, especially also being a new parent and knowing that like needing that time to talk to other, parents. How have you kind of migrated?
Well, that it's a very interesting perspective to hear, Raphael, Harry. I had to solve two things during lockdown. First of all, was like get my family connected with my child, because when the first lockdown happened, it was 9 months. So, and then it was really hard, even like to celebrate his first birthday, which was like with telephones and in fact, one of the most creative things that I did during lockdown was to celebrate my son's birthday. I asked all my friends across the world to send me a video talking to my son in 20 years time. So I built this time capsule, like kind of stopping the time, and I want him to know what it kind of felt like being this kind of pandemic situation. So I have this like 6 hours footage of, and it was amazing. People sent him so many different things, like how to make an origami. A friend read him tarot cards. Another friend took a drone, and I have this view of Belgrade with a drone with the empty city. So I kind of use the time to be creative and kind of go with the flow of the digital environment. So I worked a lot to create some sort of, there was social distancing, like the main keywords that we were bombarding every day, like you have to keep social distancing. So I kind of worked to have some digital proximity, and everything felt I don't know, I kind of have the feeling that the digital world somehow have, with this camera, that you enter with the camera inside everybody's house. Like I'm seeing a little bit of Harry's house, and I'm seeing like a little bit of Raphael and Anya's, and normally in the real world, you don't do that. We would have been like around a table, and we wouldn't have this surrounding, this background. And I think this background is important. It's a value that this social distancing, because of the pandemic, has brought into the digital world. So the other problem that I have to solve was the fact that in 2019, I worked really hard to move my business from video games only to escape room, like physical escape room. So that was like, boo. So in 2020, there was no possibility to, I work in the cultural sector. I work with museums, and I'm a visual artist too. And I want to bring video games and games experiences in places where nobody has ever experienced a game. Like, for example, an old cathedral, or I want to use these spaces to enhance culture. And that was a real problem. So in 2019, we released a experience, like a physical experience, to understand um, what was living during the Berlin Wall. It was like in 2019 was 30 years after the fall. So I make political games. So we wanted to make people understand what is the meaning still today to live from one side or to the other side of a wall. And at some point, the pandemic kind of made our game live, because we were all living behind, uh, and we had all these rules and regulation, like we were in a sort of system where you couldn't go to buy a book in a bookstore unless it was like 200 meters away from your home door. So we had in it, I don't know if also in your countries, but we had so many rules that were constraining. You could buy beer, but you could drink just before like 5. It was really weird, and people felt like, oh my God, what am I gonna live now? What am I supposed to do? So with my business and with We're Muesli, we decided to try to use Zoom and this digital platform to make live escape rooms, like live streaming. But it was our first time, and it was a real challenge. We made it, but it was really, really a total, again, revolution. So for me, it
Yeah.
was like a roller coaster all the time.
Well, that's actually a great, you all are segueing into these questions so beautifully. This is a great segue into my second to last question. I hope we can get to this last question, so I'll do my best to sort of roll them into one specific question. I'm curious to know how you see yourself adapting to this new world that we're going to be existing in for 2021 and beyond. And secondary to that, how over the last 14 to 16 months or so, how has your just general state of being, your mental health, which is inherently tied into your creative health, how has that changed, been impacted for plus or minus? And I would love to actually start with you, Claudia, as you so beautifully laid out how Zoom has been a great sort of transition into a new space.
Well, starting with my mental health, I thought I was strong enough to cope this kind of pandemic challenge, and having like a little company and a child and all these kind of things. But at the end, I have to face the fact that I'm a human being. So I'm actually in therapy, so which it's I think a lot of people is, I think it should be something that should be said, like everything else, like, yeah. So I'm in therapy right now because I think it was too much. Like, okay, I'm fully functional, I can work, I can do everything, but the fact that my world has been limited so much. Don't get me wrong, I'm not just talking about the pandemic, but just like the fact that everything changed in my personal life, like a child and change of business, and then you have to readapt so many times that at some point I said, okay, you know what, I think there are professionals there and they can give me like a little help. So mentally speaking, I'm kind of, someone is taking care of me, let's say. But in terms of what was the other question? Like what I see in the future. Um, I I'm pretty positive. Like finally, I think that I mean in Italy, it was a disaster. I mean, I'm not saying that oh yeah, pandemic, hooray. But finally, people are seeing the value of a digital world. A lot of people say that, you know, you need to detox and things like this. But I think that the fact that people can work from home from time to time, like working, like smart working, and having this time where you can go to an office, or a time where you can, and not having this kind of massive guilt if you take your time to stay at home and do your work. So I think it's pretty positive, and also it's positive the fact that people is using the time. I mean, 2020 in Italy had a massive growth in like learning new skills from courses, online courses, and everybody put themselves like, I want to try to make my own course. I feel like I can give something. So I don't know. I can see that there is a nice blend between the analog world and the digital world. So I'm positive. That's it.
That's awesome. I love that. Raphael, same question.
Yeah, what's next? So in terms of mental health first, yeah, it's been difficult. I was burnt out before the pandemic started, and had been for a while. Starting a company with two friends was for 3 years quite difficult, even though it was exciting and everything. But that's another topic. But yeah, I was feeling burnt out, and yeah, in a way, it was a very ambiguous situation to be in. On the one hand, I felt like Claudia and Harry were saying, like this sort of space where I could, like, where everything stopped and I could sort of refocus on myself. At least that's how I took that, as an opportunity to kind of recover from being burnt out. Probably should have gone to therapy, but I
There's still time.
yeah, probably will need to put the time to find the right therapist. But yeah, I think I used creativity as my therapy. I like some of the things that I did were like the first thing that I did, I think, creatively, really, after kind of learning new skills that I had been meaning to learn for a while. I learned Blender, and I learned to do augmented reality face filters and things like that. But really, creativity, I reconnected with what I first liked creatively, which was drawing. So I started doodling, and in particular, when I do idle doodling, I doodle these bird characters. I don't have, I have some here. So yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
So lovely.
So
amazing.
So yeah, I feel pages with birds like this, and so yeah, I started doing this a little bit every day without the pressure to do it really every day if I didn't feel like it, and publishing them, and it felt like reconnecting with what first motivated me to be creative, which was drawing, like I guess many people. And then I went back to creative coding, which is something that I also had a lot of I spent a lot of time doing before I went more into like interaction design and UX design and things like that are more kind of productivity and industry and whatever. I don't know what the right word is for that, but felt less creative, more purposeful. So creative coding being using code as a creative medium, like you would use paint or stone or clay or whatever.
Wow.
So yeah, making visual things, generative art with computer code. And that's what I do on Twitch as well, and starting to grow a small community around what I do with creative coding. And this is a little more structured than what I've been doing before. So I felt ready to start building something again at the beginning of the year, around February, March. And this is one direction that I want to grow more. I have people who started subscribing and following. It's still small and not exactly sustainable, but I don't know if it will be in one day. I'm still in a lot of uncertainty there. Another very uncertain thing is started doing also selling digital art online on one platform called Hiket Nunk. And there's a huge community around this as well, and met with other artists there that were doing the same. And this is another direction that I see myself exploring further. And then, for the rest, I don't know. I probably will have to take some freelance jobs as well as a designer. I'm not too bad as a designer, I think. So it should be okay, but I have to redo my portfolio, and I have been doing that since January, and it takes forever. So yeah, that's that's it. A little scattered answer. I hope it was still possible to follow it.
Yeah, no, that was great. It's a little bit of an ambiguous question, so you answered
Yeah.
it perfectly. No worries.
Thanks.
I think we have just enough time to hear from Harry. If we do have a couple extra minutes, I have one last question. But Harry, same question to you.
So, what I'm going to do moving forward for my mental health, the biggest, most important thing is when they have a booster shot for COVID, I'm going to get a booster shot for COVID. You know, I don't think anybody wants to divulge super personal details, but I would be surprised if I would be surprised if I met a person who didn't have a profound tragedy happen, or a profound life change happen over this new thing. You know, I lost a close friend and colleague. I had a lot of trouble with my relationship with my mom, and I did get into a few therapy sessions with her. It's the first time I had done therapy in a long time. And, I, at the advice of a few different therapists, had decided to just give myself space from that situation, for lack of better words. And I guess what I'm going to do for my mental health moving forward is I'm being really grateful. I'm really trying to practice gratitude. It's a thing a friend I made over COVID through my Tuba video group had really put into my head, is that I don't practice gratitude, and practicing gratitude is incredibly important. I'm grateful for this day. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with everybody. I'm grateful for the fact that I'm going to get to pet my cats today and make music, and especially to make music and be creative. And moving forward, I am not staying home. I obviously, like, if we're going to lockdown, I'm staying home and I'm following whatever orders, but I mean, I'm not going to say, "Oh, I'll just stay in tonight. I'm tired." I'm not going to miss someone's show uh or a jam session to go to, or like, I used to dread feeling tired, like, oh, I'm just so tired all the time, blah blah blah. But maybe it wasn't being tired so much as burnt out, but I think this year just put a lot of perspective. What's important? Life, friends, family. Like, are you stuck doing some job for some person that you're not really into and sucking up a lot of your time? I think having your priorities in order. What's going to make you happy? Be willing to take risks and work. Not so much work, but just be in the room and saying yes to opportunities. Opportunities to see people, opportunities to work, opportunities to learn. That's kind of been my big thing, because that my friend that I lost, he just said, his name is Jason Disu, by the way, and he was a trombone player and incredibly beautiful person, an incredibly talented musician, and a huge, huge, huge loss. He was in his 30s, really young. But whether it was Chinese funeral brass band, or if it were Indian wedding band, or anything, every single opportunity, he said yes. Just said yes. He never even checked his schedule, and you knew that about him. He just say yes, and if he couldn't do it, he'd send in one of his colleagues to do it, and you never worried about it, because he'd always send in the best subs. But just to be open to these experiences, and not, I guess, being open to change and willing to change. I think that's what I'm going to be doing. I know it's kind of like a scattered answer, but like I'm really grateful for life, and I'm really going to take full advantage of life, unlike I had before.
I think that's a perfect answer, quite honestly. First of all, I want to thank all of you for taking the time out of your day for chatting with me and everyone here at Amaze. I'm not entirely sure where we are in the schedule, so I'm going to throw one last question out to see if we can fill a little bit of time. So if any of the Amaze people want to give me an update on kind of where we're at or what the sort of stop time is, that would be great. But I actually kind of figured this would be a good time for the three of you, since all three of you have diverse backgrounds and we're all in different countries and we all have different mediums that we work with, if you all had any questions of each other. And if you don't, that's okay. I'll come up with something. Oh, it is wrap up time. Okay, great. Well, never mind. We'll find each other on Twitter since the entirety of the games industry lives on Twitter these days. Cool. So why don't we actually just really quickly go around and plug your thing. Raphael, let's start with you.
Yeah, you can find me as Sable Raph, so SableRaph on pretty much everything. I'm a lot on Twitter, and that's the same on Twitch as well.
Cool. Claudia?
Yeah, you can find me on We Are Muesli on Twitter, on IG and FB. So probably all the social. I'm not very good at social things, but I try my best.
Awesome. Harry?
You can find me on Instagram at Big Harry Souza, Hairy, like lots of hair, Big Harry Souza. I also invite anybody watching the stream to try to join the Tuba Videos and Memes for High Note Hating Teens Facebook group. Good luck getting past the membership questions, but if you answer them correctly, we will let you in. I'm also doing a show at City Winery this Saturday with the New York Chill Harmonic. They're a really, really, really cool band, NY Chill Harmonic. You should check them out and buy their music, and also check out all the other cool music things I'm doing, or just send me money. Your choice.
Me too.
Yeah, just send everybody money.
Everybody's
That's kind of where we're at. Yeah.
Paper cash.
Paper cash. And again, I'm Anya, director of games at Kickstarter. You can find me on Twitter at ANYAYNA. My Instagram is, this is funny, I didn't realize that we both have hair in our handles here. But my Instagram is at Anya Combs Her Hair. I'm also part of the Tuba Discord. I'm on the internet most of the time. So I don't know why anyone would want to talk to me, but if you want to, cool. But again, thanks to our panelists, thanks to Amaze. I think we're gonna wrap this up now. So thank you to everyone again, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello again, fellow humans of planet Earth. There are many awards shows every year on this planet, but I think it's safe to say none of them are as iconic, spectacular, and most importantly, amazing as the Amaze Awards show. This year, it's only a couple of hours away, and we haven't let any pandemics stop us from celebrating some of the most interesting voices in the art, games, and playful media community. But we have more content before that, so don't explode of hype just yet. Please hold it in. We need you to stay with us for now, for a little bit longer, and we have something really interesting for the next hour or so, which is to bring some of the creators that won the most amazing award in some of the past editions. As you may know, we're celebrating this year the 10th anniversary of the Amaze Awards. And we thought what better way to celebrate it than with talking to some of the creators that were honored over the last few years. So I would like to invite to join me the coordinator, one of the people who has made all of this possible over the next 10 years, Matthias Löwe.
Hey, thank you.
Welcome, Matthias.
Hey.
What can we expect from tonight's award show? Maybe what's different about this year? Give us a tease.
Sure. So this year, of course, we will have a big focus on the community. So there will be all the nominees visible somehow. So be excited for that. And yeah, it will be just an amazing show. Stick by.
And now you're going to have a talk with some of the winners from the most amazing award in the last few years, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. All right. So then I leave you with that, and yeah, enjoy.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Whew, man, I'm really nervous. Welcome to the anniversary amazing award panel or something like this. So normally I'm kind of behind the stage with everything. But, you know, since the last 10 years, I was doing the awards, meaning like looking over the submissions, finding cool games all over the world, trying to get together a selection committee to play them, select them with the team, and then also being helpful for the judges who then have the task to select the winning teams or winners. So yeah, this is new for me, and it's a perfect time to look back now in those 10 years. What have we achieved? What kind of journey did we had? And I want to take you with me on this journey from the beginning to the past, maybe a little bit to the future, and maybe let's have a little surprise at the end. So yeah, basically the journey starts in 2011 when we had the first festival, really small one, and we noticed all those creators there were really artists, really putting themselves out there. And the question was not how people could make money with indie games, but if they even should. And that was the moment for us where we decided, okay, next year, 2012, we want to have a big festival, invite everybody, and show the world what all those creators can do. And a festival like this needs an award. That's when we started, and then we had 3 awards later on, 5 awards, 7, and always try to reflect on the trends we had during the years. And yeah, it was amazing. And for me personally, in the last couple of years, we even changed the title, you may have noticed, from indie games to games in playful media, or from games we got to works, and from game developers to artists, because that's what they are. They're all artists, basically. And the main award is always shaping the festival, but not really the award, but the actually people who will win this award. So that's why I'm super excited to have all those people here now up on the stage with me who have won those awards in the last years. And yeah, let's just see how they are. Let's talk about the future and welcome. We have Lea Schönfelder, winner with Perfect Woman 2014, Laura McGee 2015 with Curtain. We have Trina Lehr 2016 with Cosmic Top Secret. We have Andre Peschk, where's the name? I can't see the name. Hopefully it was correct. With Attentat 1942 in 2018. Owen Hindley with Cassine in 2019, and Lena and W 2020 with Nightmare Temptation Academy. Welcome everybody. Hey. 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 It's so cool to see you all. It's like a big family meeting. So I hope you feel this family too. Okay, still getting used to this, hearing you, and we have to get into this feeling now, right? So, and I prepared a little warm-up for that, so that we can, talk to each other, catch up a little bit. I mean, who's in need of a warm-up, right? It's your first panel today, maybe? Yeah, okay. Yeah, perfect. And must be kind of early in America over there, right? How late is it? Or early?
I mean, it's 8 a.m. 8:40. It's almost 9 a.m. for me, but I usually wake up really late.
Okay.
Very early for me.
Yeah, you do. So this first little warm up, maybe the first question could go to you. It's perfect, I think. So the warm up basically is I'm having a sentence for you, and you have to try to complete it. Okay. So as an example, Lena, before I jumped into this call, I
was sleeping.
Okay, perfect. Yes, that was what I was expecting. So for those, of course. So for those sentences, I try to have some things in there, which you did with winning after the award. So it may help us to catch up a little bit without having too big of a time for introductions. So yeah, please just answer. Not this short, but also not this too long. Let's see where we land, okay? So let's start with Leah. Launching your own company is?
Fine. No, it's an amazing experience, and I'm so happy. I've never felt more purpose in my professional life.
Yeah, I can imagine. Very nice. Okay, Laura, supporting others in making 2D games is?
Amazing. I just love seeing games that people make. So if I can help other people make games, and people who might not have thought of making games before make games, like, you just get wonderful stuff out of it. And like you said earlier, it doesn't necessarily have to be commercial. It can just be, doing it for the love of expressing yourself.
Yeah, great. Trin, releasing a work on many different platforms is?
It's the best. It's what you should do, I think. When you start working and you are a little lazy, then you better use your stuff on as many platforms as possible. So you don't have to, do a lot of games, just keep working on the same game.
Yeah, I can imagine this being very difficult. Andre, this is nice because being nominated again feels...
It feels really great, obviously, and we hope we really improve the game in a way that it's not like just the same game again, but something completely different. So.
Yeah, let's see. Cool. Owen, this was really cool. You were really active. I mean, after we were nominated, there was the pandemic. And as far as I have seen, you did something really cool with 3D. So setting up a 3D live stream DJ set is...
is a whole lot of fun and lots of
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is a really hard one to answer. Yeah, setting up a 3D live stream DJ thing to Taipei and then back again was, yeah, just thrilling or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice what people can do there. It looked stunning. And Lina, there's not too much time between your winning an award and now, but still so much stuff going on your website. And I noticed sentence for you, working in a company which is producing visuals for Skrillex is
really tiring. There's like a crunch culture involved as well, and I hate capitalism. I wish I could never ever work again. That's what my actual dream is.
Oh.
Cheers.
Deep already. Okay. Yeah, perfect. So this was the warm up, and now let's get to the core of things a little bit. And I prepared 4 questions, or things we can talk about from the start to the present to the future. And the first one would be about how you actually noticed Amaze. So what was your point of entry? Basically, where did you hear from Amaze, and why did you submit your work? Who wants to start?
My first Amaze was 2014, and I think I just had a lot of friends going to Amaze, I know the Lucky Frame people, they showed off a really cool game it was the caterpillar game where you crawl inside a tent and roll around to control it, and there's 2 people underneath the little house. That was so much fun. But yeah, it was just from like indie friends around the UK and Ireland and Europe, and it was that wild experience the first time I went. I think I strong-armed Lorenzo. Actually, I think I met Lorenzo at a different festival, and he got me to come. I strong-armed him and let me do a hyper talk where I tried to do a 30-minute talk in 5 minutes. That was fun. That was my first year.
Nice.
Yeah, Amaze has just always been around somehow. I don't even remember when my first experience was. But since Lina mentioned capitalism, it was just the festival where you would go for the games themselves and not for business, right? So it's in that sense like legendary, I'd say.
Yeah, I remember Trina, you were just there at some Amaze with the first prototype of your game, and then you said, "Oh, is this something we can even show around?" And then you submitted in next year, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Memory serves right.
Yeah, I had no idea that there would be festivals like Amaze around, so it was such a great surprise, and you can even dance. So we just have to come back next year for dancing to the best music and play games. So I think it all fits so well together. And I have to say that you are a wonderful program director, Matt. You should know that.
Nice. Yes, and Owen, this would be interesting for me as well, because you're having like a performance piece, and this was kind of new at Amaze at the time. How did you hear about Amaze? What made you submit?
I mean, it was completely through my good friend Jonathan van Hoof, and also I met Thorsten. He came to Iceland like maybe 2 years before, and we climbed a mountain. And then yeah, we were encouraged to like, oh yeah, you should submit to this thing, and it was really fun doing a sort of performance-based thing. That we weren't the only performance-based thing, and we really felt like this weird hybrid of theatre and games. We felt very much at home. Like people just instantly got what we were trying to do, which was great.
Yeah. And already you submitted a game which couldn't even be shown.
Exactly. I don't even remember how we got to know about Amaze, but like from the first time I stepped into Urban Spray, I was really in love with like the small games and the space itself. And then it was up to me to set up the computer and the game and everything. And then we were told like we can't even show the game because like German law and because our game depicts the historical realities of Nazism. But it was so much fun either way with all the parties, and it was just amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, I found out about Amaze when I was at the UCLA Game Lab, and I was encouraged to submit here because I heard you guys were offbeat and liked weird games. And I mean, in the past, I have been rejected from a lot of festivals for, you know, having offensive content or that was inappropriate. And I heard that you guys just valued really weird, out there stuff.
Do you work with Ido Stern?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I went to Amaze actually with him the very first year.
Yeah.
That I was there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There is some mutual.
Yeah, for sure.
mood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know Peter Liu. So yeah. We love you at the Game Lab. They're always showing us your work.
Peter and I made Perfect Woman together,
Yes.
and he is a developer from UCLA, or back then he was at UCLA, so we worked together.
Full circle.
Exactly.
I mean, I feel like so many games events are like almost interchangeable, especially when they're focused on like how to get into the games industry or like how to make it and get like a publisher contract. Whereas Amaze is kind of just focused on its own culture, you know, and it's focused on the creations and it's developed its own style, like you might say even. But it's really nice and different to see like this is just about play and experiences. And that's reflected in the event as well, you know, like the wild stuff you guys always do. Like my favorite is just like sitting outside, you know, chatting with people and then going in and like checking something out, you know, it's a cool mix.
Yeah. I mean, it's always surprising what comes out of it, what kind of games are selected, and yeah, this surprising selection is basically my next card. So when you were made aware that you are winning this award, how surprised were you? Who was surprised? Like hands up.
I actually I actually thought when because like the interesting thing that you guys did then, and I think every year until this year, is that the category for the games isn't really announced until the awards. I thought you guys forgot my game and I wasn't going to say anything. I was just like, okay, it's a little embarrassing, but you know, that's fine. And then like the grand prize ones come out. But like one thing like I want to say, which I think is really key, is, you know, like with this, like the jury is made up, it's like different every year, and it's like, you know, like peers and stuff, and it's people who won last year, which is really cool. But there's like element of chance to it as well, in the sense that, you know, a slightly different jury or like a jury with a different mood, like I might have not have won or something else might have won. But what's really cool about Amaze is not just like us, but it's the games you select all over, you know, it's the 20 games, but also the people who submit their games. So it's both the people who submit, the ones you like pick for the 20 or whatever, and not like it's nice to be the winner, you know, but you know, there is an element that there's like it's kind of like a bit lucky that I'm here, but like I feel honored to be included among the nominees, also to win, but among nominees, that's my point. It's like you choose like really great nominees.
Isn't there
definitely.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
Oh no, I think there's some saying that there is a kind of a benefit to not being the winner, because the winner usually doesn't sell very well for some reason. And I remember we were up against, I think, Untitled Goose Game and Genital Jousting, which both sold like really, really well. So I think there's something to not winning as well.
That's cool. Like it's not like just very like commercial ones, you know, it's like the slightly offbeat choices.
I feel like going through the nominees, like both last year when we were judging and the year before, just seeing all it just kind of completely blew my horizons open. Like I thought I had like a kind of an idea of what was going on in the indie scene. No, there's just from all over the place, and it was amazing.
Yeah, I feel the selection is much more daring as well than you have it in many other festivals. Like you really see new stuff, and it's not the same 10 indie games that you see everywhere this year.
Yeah, and I mean, we always try to be community-based. So with every entry which we receive, there's the selection committee which helps us, and then of course you're not only winners of the award but also the judges for the next one. So as you're sitting right here, basically, and you're wondering why you have won, you can basically ask because you were all nominated by somebody here. In most cases. Yes, that's something I like, that we are not doing this selection, but you do. Okay, going further to the present. So basically, what has happened after winning an award? The award itself, or the festival in general? Did it help you in some way? Did it inspire you maybe? What was going on?
I guess. Well, we
good.
figured out. We figured out that actually having a VR game or experience for one person at a time isn't maybe the greatest idea if you want to tour that and show it to many people. So we are pleased to say that we've now made it for 5 people, and that's what we're working on at the moment.
Oh, wow.
So we have quintupled our potential audience reach. Yes, because it's still not going to make any money, but still. Yeah, that's what we're working on now, and that's going to be at a theatre in Iceland, the National Theatre of Iceland, next year, and then hopefully we'd love to bring it to Amaze again, maybe in 2022.
Please.
Yeah, definitely have learned a lot from it. I think with Perfect Woman, the game that we won the award for, we realized that it was a game similar, as you said, Andre. It wasn't for selling, but it worked really well in museums and exhibition contexts. I just had a request from a student. It's right now part of the permanent exhibition at the ZKM, which is a media culture museum in Karlsruhe. And a student asked if they could include it in their, in one of their films. And I think it's really good that Amaze features games that are not primarily made for commercial success. However, I don't see that this must be mutually exclusive. Like, I personally always try to make something meaningful and also be able to live from it. So I almost, like, Perfect Woman was one of my earlier games, and I tried to move on and make things more accessible, make things in a way that people could actually download it, maybe play it at home, and also pay for it. So that's kind of my journey since then.
Yeah, like for me, 2015 was a big change in my journey. Like winning the Amaze Award was a huge validation. It was a huge boost of confidence in my kind of like authorial voice, if you will, but like in making experimental games, and it led to starting like Dreamfield less as like a solo project. And like, it was only a few months after that I met Leah, who, like, the two of us really were like the heart of Dreamfield. We went on to make like If Found, which came out last year, and now we have a whole studio. And obviously, you can't like draw a straight line, because obviously there's, there was years where I was teaching after that, as my full-time position while doing Dreamfield on the side. But it was like really encouraging to see that, like winning the award is kind of validation that like the cool experimental games that I was making and playing, like in 2015 on Itch and what was called alt games at the time, like didn't need to only exist in the internet, but could like reach people I could see in flesh and blood as well. And yeah, it definitely, was a big influence on pursuing Dreamfield as a studio.
Yeah, and it almost worked. Like for me, this award and also the game almost worked as a kind of a business card, if you want so. Like, you wouldn't actually sell this game, but some people know it, and they know Amaze and they know where it's been shown. So it's almost like for an artist hanging in exhibiting some stuff in a gallery that you wouldn't directly sell, but maybe it makes you sell other stuff.
So another thing that happened was we started putting on some like game events here in Iceland. There's a kind of collective of us that is kind of working in this sort of in indie games and playful media kind of field. And like, yeah, the sort of the curation policy of Amaze and how like open and wide it is, and the kind of confidence that like, you know, this will have an audience was a big part of that. So yeah, it's kind of inspired that. And also Nana, who's the other partner, the other half of Hildevug, who made Kassin, she's now currently putting together a XR program here in Iceland that's attached to another film festival. And that may at some point even be expanded to include games. So it's spreading the idea of you know, showcasing this as this medium in this way, I guess.
And actually the year after coming back to give like a keynote and stuff was really cool for me, because I got to put like a lot of the game ideas I was working on and kind of like it was a mixture of a performance and the game. So I was like reading a story while the visuals were happening and stuff, and that was really cool to do in front of like a big live audience and go through a whole bunch of them. So like even the year after coming back as like a veteran, even though I was like 27 or something, I was like still a baby. I mean, I'm probably a bit older than that, but yeah, that was kind of nice, you know. It was cool. I'm doing the judging experience, you know, so it's kind of nostalgic actually seeing you, Mateus, because it reminds me of that year judging and everything.
Yeah, it was not much has changed for me because it's only been a year and everything is like still on Zoom. But like it was a huge validation because I had spent 2 years making it without really a context in mind, kind of knowing that a lot of the, you know, more disturbing content would be a barrier to like, commercial success was never even fathomable. Like so it was just great to like feel like there was a space for my work to be received, especially because I had no idea like what other people would think about it, and I get very mixed responses when people encounter my work. And like just to like go from like being, you know, excluded from festivals to like winning something was really awesome. And also, I mean, it was Nightmare Temptation Academy was just nominated for the Nouveau Award at IGF, but it didn't win, unfortunately. But I guess that would be like the new development in the life of the game. Yeah.
There could be probably many more awards. So Trina, I don't know how long Cosmic Top Secret is touring and getting awards, but a couple of years, right?
Yeah, I think it was a very early stage when we came in 2015 with the first version of it, and there's no doubt that it helped us finance the last part of it and polish it, so and to port it for several platforms, and actually this year we ported it for consoles as well, and got a publisher for that. So now we can also compare what it means to self-publish and to do it together with a publisher. So that's been very valuable for us, I think, to go through this process. And some weird stuff happened on the way as well, that it's actually become like a physical expansion at a former Cold War fortress in Denmark, which is now a museum. I have a picture, I don't know if I can show it to you. Yeah, so this is like a physical version.
A little bit more to the left.
Wow, that's amazing.
So you have these big paper tapes that is actually part of the digital game. I have some.
Wow, it's real.
You have these paper tapes, and they're gigantic in the digital game. And then there's a historian and a blacksmith from this museum who kind of on their own initiative made a version of the game in full size. So you have these kind of mission points in the terrain over this fortress, and you solve puzzles and you listen for red owls hooting on the way, and it's really cool. So it's kind of like the game is kind of, you know, living on through other people, and that's maybe the biggest pleasure, I think, of it all.
That's really great.
Well, and Andre, you not only made a game about history, you actually made history by helping changing the laws in Germany, right? So that's my favorite story. I always tell this afterwards.
We were one of the 3 games. There were other games. My Child Lebensbaum is another one from Norway. That were the first ones to be published with the swastika and the Nazi symbolism. Because it was judged by the agency in Germany to be like socially appropriate. It was not obviously propaganda. So that was changed because of the pressure and because of all the articles that came out about us winning Amaze, despite not being able to show the game there. So we're obviously very happy because our second game deals with stuff that happens just after the war, and also features the symbolism. So we are very grateful that it was not actually the law, it was just the internal, basically the rules of the agency that changed to change how the games are judged. So we are happy that changed, and we can show the game now in Germany and our next game as well.
Nice. So let's look into the future. So because what all you said, it's all about, you know, getting somehow the voices out, to be heard, to be visible with your work. And with those awards, I'm not so sure, you know, we're living in a time right now where we have live let's plays and influencers and community curated lists. Do we still need awards? Or if I frame this a little bit different, in the next 10 years, what do creators actually need to get this visibility? Is awards the right thing, or do they need to change somehow? What do you think? What do you need?
One other thing that was really nice was that this award actually had a prize, cash money with it, you know, and as an artist who probably should that's like the most money I made from Curtain, you know, like it's on sale on Itch as well, but like the Itch sales, like I don't think they've like even passed that yet. It's been out for like 6 years. And then I think I tried to put it on Steam once, but just like that's when Greenlight was the thing. The reviews were like so horrid that I was just like, yeah, fuck that. But actually getting like money when I wasn't getting a lot of income at the time was huge, and it was like hugely helpful. And I think often in games kind of like sphere, like you see creators, often like marginalized creators, you know, where they're women or, you know, various different marginalizations doing the cool experimental shit and then not being able to like make any money off that. And then like some mobile company or AAA company will come along and be like, oh, that's a cool idea, whatever. So it's nice, like, even though, you know, it's not like a year's salary or anything, you know, it's nice to have a little bit of support for the artists. And I really appreciated that at the time. And yeah, like that'd be one thing I'd say, as well as the like visibility. It was nice to have like money.
It's interesting because I will always consider Amaze as it's not the highest prize money you get. There are many other awards which have way more money where you can actually make a game with. So this is just like it helps you a lot depending on what kind of games you make, I guess.
I think another part that is important for me, especially about this prize, is that I feel that you guys are doing a lot of the groundwork that the industry needs. Like in the companies I've worked at Us2 and at Nereal, people were like quite forward thinking, and they wanted to hire more diversely, and they wanted to have a fair like relationship to their employees and all of that. But it takes a lot of time to research and look what's out there and get the inspiration. So I think festivals like Amaze help in that regard, that they do the work that the, let's say, more progressive industry companies can then use and maybe look at the talent and hire that talent in order to make the industry a bit better.
Yeah, I think the new talent award that came like a few years after me is like awesome. Like I love that. I think it's really, really cool.
I would say maybe like the most important thing that Amaze does is just it makes all these creators who are making these weird games that are kind of ostracized elsewhere, kind of make them feel like they belong, and just gives them so much motivation to continue on creating. Is for me is the most important part.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So
maybe by extension, it's not just the individual creators that get kind of this validation. It's anybody who is maybe from a similar background or is making similar work. It validates like a whole, the ripple, like from like I'm making a game about this, and to see that kind of stuff validated is awesome.
Okay, so more money and more shows.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, one thing that I've been wondering about recently is like, are like collections better than like this is the single prize? And I don't know if there's an answer to that, but I think one thing that's nice about the prizes is like if you go to the Amaze info on the prize for this year, it lists all the previous winners and stuff, and there's that sense of history and through line. And then like you say, you have the judges of this year curating, helping like judge next year, so that there's like this ethos continues. I think that's really cool, I think it is.
Yeah, definitely. This year when judging, I felt like I have a certain sensibility, and not that it was a bias, but like I liked how you sort of emphasize that this sort of sets our selection sets the tone for the future of Amaze, and I totally kind of felt a part of that.
Perfect. That's how it should be. Okay. So I don't know how we are in the time actually, because I forgot my clock. Okay, we're good. That's very good, because there's a big decision thing I was talking about in the beginning, like this little surprise, you remember? So let's see how surprising this is. So you all won an award. You all also were part of the judges in the next year. And so this segment basically is kind of a big decision about the most amazing work of the decade. So you know how to judge, and you know your work probably, hopefully. So the question would be, which one of your works would you decide on would be winning the Best of 10 Years Amaze Award?
Are we judging among us? Because I have to say, like, Proteus is like maybe my favorite game ever. It's like up there, so I'd probably give it to Proteus. Sorry, everybody.
This would be the simple solution, of course. I wanted to discuss a little bit, and then if you're too, not confrontational enough or nice people as you are, of course, then you would also have the option to vote for. So it's Everything by David O'Reilly in 2017, Space Team by Henry Smith 2013, and yes, of course, the first award ever, Proteus by Ed Key and David Kanaga. So valid solutions, of course, but you may want to discuss.
Whoa, is this an actual award that's going to be happening?
Yeah,
Is it
no,
hypothetical?
it could be. It could be. I mean,
Okay.
yes, of course. I mean, it's sounding nice, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
So, yeah.
You can say my own work. But actually, you can, but
Wait, does it have to be
I
one of
discredit
us? Because I'm sure there's like probably the best game of the decade is sitting on someone's hard drive, forgotten and never submitted. So
true.
It could be whichever game wins this year, you know?
Oh yeah.
I'm
I know
also
who it is.
yeah, don't spoil it, probably.
Yeah.
This would also be a solution, you know, just when you notice that it's just 9 awards up to, you know, now until the next few hours, we could also say, ah, damn it, we have to do this next year again when we have all 10 winners together.
That's true.
exactly.
I mean,
for the Andre, you said you were nominated again this year, right?
Yes.
Then I vote for you for your game.
I love all of these games. I would love to vote for A Perfect Woman, which I finally got to play out of Maze when it won, and obviously Trina. I love Cosmic Dog Seeker. We picked that as our Zara Maze game. The only game I haven't played, unfortunately, is Owen, your game, because I haven't been able to get the chance.
Yeah, that's right. I'm getting a little bit of the stress from like when we were judging last year's awards, and like, and now we have to do this in public. This is really hard.
Yeah, I also feel you're setting us up a bit in a good old Amaze style, like you want to see some fights and some good entertainment here. I'm not sure maybe you picked people that are too peaceful.
No, it's most of the years people are really peaceful to each other. So. But yes, of course, the surprise, it's kind of a 50-50 surprise for you and the audience. So for the audience watching this right now, so this is basically what the discussion looks like. Everybody is nice to each other, talking. And so hopefully this kind of reflects on how things were, how you remember them with the judging.
Less food. We got to, I don't know, at least for our one, we did our deliberations in a pizza place, I think.
Yeah, we also got food, yeah.
we had ours via Zoom, and it was fraught. I think especially for the like you know, Lena with your award, it was we fought like hard over it. I mean, you know, I'm obviously glad we ended up with the result we did, but it was, yeah. I mean, Matt, you were there.
Yeah, I remember. It was fun.
Quietly taking notes in the background.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I also remember. Sorry.
This year was pretty agreeable, actually.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know if the audience knows, but we just have those nominees in the end for the judges. It's just 25 or 20 nominees, and then the judges actually have to decide on the categories, which game fits best to everything. And this is the first big discussion normally. It could be a discussion starter, but sometimes also difficult to decide. So games which are really good in one category could also be most amazing maybe, or something else.
Sometimes like there's a game that like, okay, this might not be the grand prize, but we really want to give it an award, so we'll put it into this other category.
Yeah, we did a lot of that. It's like a puzzle. Yeah.
Big puzzle.
I mean, I think this like speaks to like there's that element of chance, you know, and like the thing that I think we can all agree on is that the nominees are great, you know, as well as the winners. Obviously, the winners are especially great, but.
Yeah, I very much agree with that.
Yeah, this goes. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody who gets a nominee mention should feel like super proud of that achievement as well.
And the honorable mentions, I guess.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I think we were an honorable mention last year. We sent a very buggy, broken early version of the game, but these were kind enough to give us an honorable mention.
Absolutely. I mean, so for us, before we do this selection, of course, we have to play all the submissions, and especially this year we had 250 submissions. It was really hard, and then we are sitting there in the team, and deciding on the 25 we actually give to the judges, and this is so hard, and that's why we're kind of glad that we introduced those honorable mentions, because they're all super great, and from those 250 games now, and Amaze in its 10th year, it has kind of this, people, when they submit, they normally know what division is, and then the quality was rising so high over the last 10 years, it's so hard, and yeah, everybody should play all the games, and I even would urge you to not just look at the honorable mentions, but also the submissions in general. They are always on the page, and it's a super hard job being the judge. So especially this year, I guess, because from all the selections, you just get the best of the best, and they are on such a high level together. It's hard to differentiate which is the best from that. So you did a great job in the last couple of years. So with you, Amaze would not be where it is right now. So if there's an audience, they would clap now, I guess. But you don't have one. Yay. Cool.
Can I wish for a new category, for a new
Oh yes,
prize?
please do. Yeah, I mean, it's about the next 10 years. What should we change?
I would love a prize that were for a kids game targeted at experimental, playful game for kids, because there's not really anywhere to focus to go with games like that. And I know it would, of course, fit in. I mean, it could fit in one of the other categories, but I think it would be nice to have something special for kids. And also, we are growing up, and we could bring our kids to Amaze and make it all a bigger and better event.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, plus
that
one
could
for
totally be
that.
the time. Yes. I mean, during the festival, we had those playful spaces for kids to be on. So yeah, sure. Thanks. We think about an award for kids. Great suggestion.
I love that you guys think about the awards and change it. I think with our year, we were like, that you just have the WTF award, and that's the kind of not digital moments. And I think from your point of view, the WTF seemed like, it's like, oh my God, it's so shocking and surprising. But then for some English speakers, it was just like, it could be seen as disparaging, but you guys took that on board, and then the following year you switched it up, which I think that was really cool.
Yeah, was it your year where you didn't want to say WTF and then experimented on what it could mean? Yes.
Yeah. I forgot about that. That was
nice.
great.
Yeah.
That was Catherine Neal, I think, did that on live.
Cool. So I think we are kind of close to the end. A couple of minutes more. So this would be a time where we could open up to the audience who was watching. Are there any questions, maybe? If there are, I should hear them. We should hear them, actually.
Oh, well, some people, they really relate to it, or, it gets acclaim, like it has an award. Other people find it really inappropriate and shocking, and something that shouldn't be made. Or I don't know what people want when they get offended by a work of art, if they're saying it shouldn't be made. But I put really extensive trigger warnings, because I kind of don't want people who feel that way to engage with the work at all. I try to stop people at the point of entry. So yeah, this some people, the responses will range from oh, this is harmful, your depictions of violence or sex, to as far as oh, this really helped me deal with my you know, my experiences growing up, like the full spectrum of like acclaim to exclusion, and or like this helped me to this hurt me, would be like the extremes of that.
Thanks. Do we have another question?
What's the game?
I didn't get the last part. Can you repeat it?
I didn't.
So the question was if anybody played a game. Did you get the name?
Gregory Horror Show. I think I'm familiar with it. I've seen it. It looks really cute and cool. It's like little boxy, cute horror characters. It's just a strange Japanese PlayStation 2 game. That's a very specific question.
Yeah.
It was hidden advertising, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've also seen it, but I've never played it.
Okay, nice. It's going on the list. And the third question?
I would say our lead game designer always somehow steals them and has them probably in his basement. I have never seen them after the show.
Yeah, right now I'm still kind of involuntarily have moved due to Corona, so it's still in a box. But I like to. I'm not sure if everybody got those like rubber silicone things. I really like to touch it for a while and had it.
It is the coolest. I used to like show people how bouncy it was with bouncing it off the floor. They're bounced back into my hands.
Wait, you're water bouncy?
Yeah, you got the holograms.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Lina own holograms and the rest concrete with a rubber cube and there's a
metal ball.
A thing in the middle.
Ball, yeah.
A ball,
it
yeah.
had all the materials.
Yeah.
Very cool. Mine is currently, because we had to like leave our office last year, it's currently in a warehouse somewhere. I'm so sorry. Don't tell Thorsten.
No.
Hope he's not watching.
I haven't got my physical award yet. Was there one last year?
Uh-oh. Don't tell anybody. I'm sure it's on its way.
Okay. I have a shelf where it would go. I have a little display shelf for stuffed animals, but an award could go there too.
Nice. Okay. So I think we're at the end, and hopefully you will stay with us. Lina, of course, you have to for the award show.
Yes.
Right? So, of course, the award show will be a little bit later today, not at 8, but at 9. So please, everybody, stick by. Thank you, everybody, for being here again after so many years. It was great seeing you. Maybe you can stick around. When the space is up, we can have a little party there. And something is going on here.
Disappeared.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Goodbye, Matthias.
Bye, everybody. It was so nice to see you.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
And then we're gonna come back with so much energy, so much glamour, stars from the art games world, music, iconic situations that we cannot even predict. We're not.
What's going to happen?
Oh my God! So many awards.
This is all happening in an hour. In an hour, we'll have the award show.
Yeah.
And that's
in an hour. It's at 9 to be specific.
Yes. So
where are they? They're there at 9. So take a break, take a shower, put on your shiniest dress, and join us at 9 p.m. for the Amaze Awards 10th anniversary. There might be this floating bearded entity who has now transformed into a new being. And you have to stay with us for that.
And thank you so much for tuning in for today. I hope you enjoyed it. We also want to thank our sponsors, which are the Medienbord Berlin-Brandenburg, which are Kickstarter, which are the Gameverband and Fritz Cola, and many, many more amazing people who are helping us do all of this crazy bullshit. Thank you so much. Tune in for the award show. And also, if you are in Berlin, there is a fun little breakfast networking event tomorrow at 11 o'clock here at the Urban-Spree. So if you want to join us for that, come by.
Remember that you can chat with the community on Discord throughout the festival. We'll be hanging out there as well. And remember to also check out the games that are part of the selection because they're amazing.
Pretty awesome, yeah.
So yeah, catch you in a little bit.
Catch you in a little bit for the awards.
See you soon.